Chapter 1113. In a temporary military base of the Red Empire in the ancient Star Desert. Han Xiao's fleet was stationed here to replenish their supplies and repair their armor. Over the past few months, based on the feedback from the black market network, he had wiped out the restless grey organizations in the ancient Star Desert, successfully scaring the remaining people into not daring to take the risk. They chose to listen obediently and did not dare to touch the virtual mutiny virus anymore. The environment in the starfield had improved significantly. The wipeout was very effective. While Han Xiao was on his way, he was also trying to find the virus core. He had Harrison activate the luck glow multiple times to select the virus data intersection point. However, this time, the luck glow was not able to find the virus core. Even old man Aesop could not predict the location of this thing. Han Xiao guessed that the virus core was probably another lover of the goddess of luck. Her tastes were really mixed. He was responsible for eliminating the restless elements, while Manison was focused on research. Both sides had achieved results. Currently, the intelligent plague was under control for the time being. I thought you guys would be able to make a 3-piece antivirus set very quickly. I didn't expect it to take you a few months. This doesn't match your standards, Manison. In the upper management lounge of the military base, Han Xiao was chatting with Manison's remote projection. While talking, he was munching on some kind of fruit seed that looked like a melon seed. Manison shook his head. It's not easy to decode the virus code. Plus, to prevent the virus from breaking out, we have to avoid the trigger mechanism. Therefore, we have to be careful, which took a lot of time. A beyond-grade virtual mechanic could easily wipe out the virtual mutiny virus with his own ability, but it was much more difficult to turn his ability into a universal tool. This was like an ordinary person who could naturally run and jump, but if he was asked to build a robot that could also run and jump, he would definitely be at a loss. What do the 3 universal civilizations plan to do now? It's still the problem of the trigger mechanism. In order to prevent the virus from breaking out, we can't let the infection rate of the virus drop drastically. Therefore, even if we have a firewall, we can't use it on a large scale for the time being. We have to remove all the infected nodes before installing it. It's also because of this that the virtual mutiny virus has infected more than half of the quantum network nodes in the ancient Star Desert over the past few months, despite the 3 universal civilizations trying their best to control it. If I remember correctly, large-scale wiping out the virus will trigger a mine, right? Han Xiao asked. That's right. Manison nodded. Therefore, the scanning tool that the 3 universal civilizations requested us to create cannot be discovered by the virus. They plan to first use the scanning tool to secretly lock onto all the currently infected nodes, then accurately release the antivirus tool to eliminate all the infected nodes at the same time. After that, they will immediately go online and install a firewall to prevent repeated infections. This way, even if the virus breaks out, the losses will be minimized. Although this method is a little troublesome, it's safe. Han Xiao had no objections to the 3 universal civilizations approach. It sounded quite reliable. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, the 3 universal civilizations in his previous life also handled the situation in the same way, with a firewall as a barrier. How did it end up becoming a universal disaster? Could it be that because I did a good job of cleaning up, I changed some unknown details? For example, someone tried to transport the virus out, but I stopped it now? Han Xiao secretly suppressed this doubt in his heart. Manison did not know what Han Xiao was thinking, so he continued to explain the 3 universal civilizations plan. Therefore, we have 2 plans now. The first is to eliminate the virus in one fell swoop, and the second is to find the virus core. It's the control valve for most of the triggering mechanisms. As long as it's eliminated, the risk can be further reduced, and we won't have to worry about the virus breaking out. You guys still have no clue about the virus core? It's hidden too well. Manison shook his head and did not reveal too much information. Han Xiao snorted. He felt that old Manison was not telling the truth, but there was no point in exposing him. In this regard, the 2 of them were competitors, and the other party would not be kind enough to share clues. All the beyond grade A mechanics who came to help wanted to obtain the virus core and analyze the complete virtual mutiny virus technology. Now that the disaster was under control and the danger was over, the competition for the virus core gradually surfaced. Even the three universal civilizations had the intention to compete. Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him, so he changed the topic and said, "Your research is done. Do you plan to stay in the research and development department?" "No, I'm planning to go out and do some activities. On one hand, I'm looking for clues about the virus core. On the other hand, I plan to visit the machinery faith." Machinery faith? Han Xiao raised his brows. He did not forget that the two of them had a conflict of interest in this regard. Manison had always occupied the position of the Lord God and wanted to monopolize the majority of the faith to maintain the bonuses of the key of Adeptus Mechanicus. For this reason, Manison had taken the initiative to make a move more than 10 years ago, causing Han Xiao to suffer a small loss. Back then, he had chosen to use his sole talent and put aside the dispute, avoiding the spotlight and developing in a low-profile manner. Only then did they continue to interact. "What? You have an idea?" Manison said with a half-smile. "Humph, can't I?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Compared to 10 years ago, you've improved. However, it's still too early for you to challenge me again." Manison said calmly, "Don't be greedy for what's mine. Our relationship is quite good now, and it's good for you to maintain the current state. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I don't want to see you have any form of contact with the machinery faith." Then, the green remote projection disappeared, and Manison ended the call. Han Xiao's face darkened, and he was a little annoyed. This guy really has a dog's face, turning on me just like that. Also, since when did the machinery faith become your property? Shameless. Speaking of which, it's been more than 10 years since the last time I fought with him. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. He opened the interface and looked at the huge amount of EXP he had accumulated. The Black Star Cup had been going on for a long time, and it had been providing him with extra EXP for the past few months. Now, he had accumulated quite a lot. He did some calculations and estimated that it was enough for him to level up from 320 to 335 to 337. With such a huge amount of EXP, as long as he took out a part of it, he would be able to max out all his potential points and level up all his class knowledges. After developing for so long, I feel like I can fight with Manison again. Han Xiao had avoided the spotlight for more than 10 years in order to develop and accumulate strength. Now that he had achieved great results, his mind once again occupied the high ground. The competition with the machinery faith was one thing, but to the current Han Xiao, another reason was the main reason. "I'm not convinced. I want to fight with old Manison. Last time, I was not as strong as him, but I've endured it. Revenge is a dish best served cold. In the past, it was others who came knocking on my door and bullied my Philip. Now that we have some capital, it's my turn to take the initiative to challenge old Manison and see the difference in strength." Due to the existence of the Beyond Grade A Association, the strength of both sides would also affect the right to speak. Although Manison's term was still long, it was fine for him to make some preparations for the next election. At the same time, because of the development union, he did not need to worry about Manison's retaliation. As the president, old Manison had to set an example and not do anything in private, or it would go against the original intention of the development union. Although Manison had helped him in the rescue of Hela, that was another matter altogether. Han Xiao would not accept the carrot for every blow. At most, he would find another chance to repay Manison's help. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao opened the skill list, selected a batch of blueprint skills, and leveled them up to the maximum level. Notifications kept popping up on the interface. "One of your skills has been maxed out. You have received 1 potential point. One of your skills has been maxed out. You have received 1 potential point." Currently, Han Xiao was only 3 ultimate knowledges away from maxing out. Ultimate Mechanical Engineering was LV3, Mechanical Life Tinder was LV4, and Endless Material Science was LV. 144 potential points were required. Even if he had some potential points in reserve, he would still need to max out more than 100 skills. The more skills he had, the higher the cost of leveling them up. Even low-level blueprints required a lot of experience, but it was not as exaggerated as the cost of leveling up his character. This meant that although the players could take advantage of the loopholes, they could not go overboard. They still had to put in a lot of effort to obtain more potential points. His experience decreased rapidly, and more than half of it was used up very quickly. The remaining was only enough to level up to LV 326. Han Xiao only managed to gather 144 potential points. Although leveling up would also give him potential points, he did not want to wait any longer. He had a lot of leaks and an endless supply of experience. He did not need to be calculative. Furthermore, Han Xiao was also very curious as to whether potential points would still be useful when all his knowledges were maxed out. Looking at the huge sum of 144 potential points, Han Xiao took a deep breath and invested them all into the last 3 ultimate knowledges. Ultimate Mechanical Engineering has been leveled up to LV5, max. Mechanical Life Tinder has been leveled up to LV5, max. Endless Material Science has been leveled up to LV5, max. All 60 of your class knowledges have been maxed out. You have received the First Sanctum, Ability Fragment X1. You have received the talent, Great Machinery Sage. The potential points you currently possess and will obtain in the future will be converted into awakening points in a 1:1 ratio. Usage 1. 1 awakening point can be converted into 100 free attribute points, irreversible. Usage 2. 1 awakening point can be used to level up a maxed out skill by 1 level, irreversible. Usage 3. Increase the progress of the awakening of unique talents. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of the unique talent, irreversible. Also, 100 awakening points can be used to activate the embryonic form of a unique talent, custom talent preference. Usage 4. Increase the quality of blueprints. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of blueprints and the quality of blueprints, irreversible. Usage 5. Increase the progress of blueprints. Every 1 awakening point depends on the level of blueprints and the quality of blueprints, irreversible. Your Ultimate Mechanical Engineering has been maxed out. Your ability, Inspiration Creation, has been activated. Whoa! Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a new talent brought by maxing out all his class knowledges. Not only did Machinery Great Sage provide all-round bonuses, but the increase was also very impressive. The increase to his combat strength was probably on the same level as Perfect Mechanical Sense. It could increase his overall combat strength by about 10%, a step further. Speaking of which, I wonder if all the maxed out talents for all 5 classes are Great Sage? Magic Great Sage? Sounds normal. Psychic Great Sage? This is a little strange. Esper Great Sage? Martial Arts Great Sage? Forget it, it would be more appropriate to call it Muscle Great Sage. The appearance of talents was still within Han Xiao's expectations, but the change in potential points gave him a pleasant surprise. In his previous life, no player had ever maxed out all the class knowledges, and this was the first time he had ever done so. With all the class knowledges maxed out, his potential points became awakening points. He carefully browsed through the introduction and became more and more excited. Compared to the simple use of potential points, awakening points were more useful. Converting free attribute points and increasing the upper limit of abilities were very practical, and there was no need to analyze them. He was more interested in the other 3 functions. Increasing the quality of blueprints, this thing seemed to be able to produce gold-grade blueprints. For example, if he took a low-grade pistol blueprint and threw in awakening points, the blueprint's technical level would automatically increase. If he threw in enough awakening points, he might be able to turn this blueprint into a gold-grade blueprint. Furthermore, the type of blueprint wouldn't change much. From an ordinary pistol with elementary gunpowder technology, it would eventually transform into a high-energy portable planet-destroying weapon. It would be passed down in the same vein. On the other hand, awakening points could also increase the research progress of blueprints, which was perfect for Inspiration Creation. Inspiration Creation had been gathering dust in the interface, and the prerequisite to activate it was max level, ultimate mechanical engineering. The effect of this skill was to consume EXP to combine an unlimited number of blueprints and randomly synthesize one or more improved or fused blueprints. At the same time, it could make advanced settings and choose the orientation of the synthesized blueprints, such as attack, defense, or control. This skill was more stable than free manufacture, and it was the only way for players to spontaneously create gold-grade blueprints. However, the probability of getting a finished product in one go was extremely low. Most of the time, they would only get the prototype of a gold-grade blueprint or inspiration fragments, which could be used to increase the progress. The last use of awakening points, which Han Technician valued the most, was to use them to synthesize unique talent. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, Old Man Ison, Sorokin, and the others' unique talents might have come from this. Chapter 11:14. 100 Awakening Points for a Unique Talent. This cost was not low, but at least it pointed out a path. Han Xiao doubted that with his luck, he would not be able to find anything even if he tried for 100 years. He estimated that the method of custom synthesis would be the same as when he created his own species talent when he advanced to beyond grade A. He would provide his preference and then proceed with random selection. The unique talent obtained after synthesis would only be in its embryonic form, and he would have to spend more awakening points to activate it. With all his class knowledges maxed out, potential points would become awakening points. It should be the same for Man Ison and the other mechanics. The difference was that unlike him, Man Ison and the others could not freely allocate their awakening points. In that case, the other mechanics would not be able to decide what to do with their awakening points. It would most likely be a random effect. He guessed that it would be similar to a flash of inspiration during training or research. Although the cost is a little high, at least it's a stable way to obtain unique talents. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. He had been eyeing this thing for so many years, and he finally saw hope. However, the cost-performance ratio was still debatable. 100 awakening points was equivalent to 10,000 free attribute points. His current highest intelligence attribute was less than 30,000. If he exchanged them all for free attribute points, the increase would be huge. Only by obtaining a molding talent would it not be a loss. However, since it was called a unique talent, its effect should not be too bad. You get what you pay for. Han Technician still remembered Sorokin's unique talent, Swindler Sorokin. Just his intelligence and mystery attributes alone increased by 20%, as well as an additional 75% increase in Esper ability strength and skill level by 4. Old Mize, Virtual Technology Innovation Man Ison, gave him a 1.75x Virtual Technology Enhancement effect. Furthermore, it was the foundation of the indestructible Mecha Empire technology. Both of them were molding talents. True knowledge comes from practice. Although the cost is a little high, I still have to get one to see the effect. Han Xiao had just leveled up more than 100 blueprints, and he had spent all his potential points. He did not have enough experience to gather another 100 awakening points. Sigh, awakening points. Such an apt name. It's another huge EXP drain. I'll think about it after I promote. Han Xiao shook his head. The main reason he had maxed out all his classes was to obtain one more God's trait transformation point when he promoted in the future. Now that he had achieved it, the level 340 promotion became his top priority once more. Other than these changes, the interface also notified him that he had obtained a new, the first sanctum, skill fragment. Han Technician had already figured out the pattern. When he crossed the threshold of a certain mechanic class, he would receive a fragment of the first sanctum. The first came from activating God's trait transformation, the second came from creating his first universal treasure, the third came from the fifth stage of God's trait transformation, and the fourth came from now. I'd like to see how many fragments are needed to make it whole. If you're so capable, why don't you give me 100 fragments? Han Xiao cursed in his heart. Overall, he was very satisfied with the effect of maxing out all his class knowledges. It had pointed out a new path for him to grow. The biggest difference between him and the other beyond grade as was in this aspect. His growth path was clearly visible. At the same time, With machinery great sage, the chances of challenging Manison would be higher. Last time, I suffered a loss in the virtual world. This time, I'm going to have a real fight with him. Han Xiao was eager to give it a try, his fighting spirit soaring. This kind of mentality could be explained simply. The wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and I feel like I can do it again. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Han Xiao was sorting out the changes in his body, someone knocked on the door, and Harrison walked in. Over the past few months, Han Xiao had adhered to the principle of not wasting labor and had not let Harrison stay idle. Even if this guy was currently a criminal, Han Xiao did not mind letting him be his temporary secretary. Other than giving Harrison something to do, he also arranged for him to stay by his side so that it would be convenient for him to freeload the luck glow all the time. However, looking at the results, not only did he not freeload the luck glow, he even neutralized it quite a bit. It was a classic lose-lose situation. Of course, Han Technician would not admit it. He firmly believed that this was because the quality of Harrison's luck glow was not good enough. Fu Ding's luck glow was still the strongest. It was fine no matter how much he dragged him down. Seeing him enter, Han Xiao closed the interface and asked casually, "What's up? Do you have anything to report?" "Your Excellency Blackstar, the Dynasty fleet wants me to tell you that they will temporarily leave your team and return to normal to carry out other missions." "What happened?" Han Xiao was curious. "The captain told me that this is a mission sent by the Dynasty's upper echelons. They said that there's a problem with a star system civilization, and it's not suitable for you to appear." "What exactly is going on?" "I took a report from them. Take a look." Harrison took out a document and showed it to Han Xiao on the virtual screen. Han Xiao skimmed through it and immediately understood. Over the past few months, the various civilizations in the ancient star desert had seen the big picture and had been cooperating with the three universal civilizations on the surface. They did not cause any trouble like the black market. However, after the three universal civilizations announced that the three-piece antivirus set was completed, some civilizations seemed to feel that the disaster was under control and would not cause any serious consequences, so they caused a wave of trouble. Three of the star system civilizations involved were the Tiger race, the White Hair race, and the Firians. They were not smuggling the virus but suspected of using the virus to attack their opponents. The Tiger race and the Firians were both in the same star system and bordered each other. They were sworn enemies and often had conflicts. The White Hair race was in another neighboring star system and only bordered the Tiger race. The relationship between the two was relatively cold. The situation was roughly like this. Not long ago, a mechanical rebellion broke out on an important administrative planet of the Tiger race. This was a group of mechanical bodies infected with the virtual mutiny virus. Because they had been disconnected from the internet for too long, the trigger mechanism took effect, and these mechanical bodies were reprogrammed by the virus to kill life forms. The virus outbreak was limited to this group of mechanical bodies, and there were not many of them. The quantum network connection device of each of them had been removed long ago, so they could not go online and could not affect the other nodes of the planet. Therefore, the planet's guards easily annihilated this group of mechanical bodies, but there were still casualties. After investigation, a rather realistic reason for the disaster spread on the internet, which was that this group of mechanical bodies was actually the material for the Tiger race to study the virtual mutiny virus. They accidentally went out of control, which led to this disaster. After the news spread, the Tiger race citizens were in an uproar. The public opinion went out of control, and they crazily attacked the regime. The Tiger race anxiously said that this was a rumor and that they did not study the virus at all. They claimed that these mechanical bodies were hidden on the planet by an unknown organization and calculated the day when the virus would break out. They purposely slandered their regime and damaged their credibility. The angry citizens felt that this was an excuse, so the Tiger race had no choice but to publicly ask the three universal civilizations for arbitration. In the private report that Han Xiao saw, the Tiger race explained to the three universal civilizations that this might be a scheme of the Firians or the White Hair race. Not only did they want to slander them, but they also wanted to frame a third party, causing a conflict between the two parties while they reaped the benefits. The White Hair race and the Firians both had a motive, But the tiger race's words could not be trusted easily. Therefore, the three universal civilizations sent people to investigate. The current situation was complicated. The star system civilizations were protected by the peace treaty, so the dynasty did not let Han Xiao interfere with the affairs of the civilizations. In this area, the three universal civilizations did not allow any other organizations to play dirty. The black market has been beaten up by me, but the civilizations are starting to jump, Han Xiao frowned. Although this matter was not under his control, it did not stop him from smelling danger. He understood that the situation of the ancient star desert being sealed made the various civilizations vigilant, especially the superstar cluster civilizations. The three big hooligans had long lost their credibility, so they would definitely prepare for the worst, keeping a trump card and holding the chips. However, this did not benefit the overall situation at all. It was a classic game of chess. I still have to deal with the virus as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. I'll go use Explorer again. Han Xiao got up and left the room, heading to the warehouse. Walking into the room, he immediately saw the triangular device that had once stored the virtual mutiny virus. It was lying there quietly. The dynasty's research on it was to no avail. Seeing that Black Star had asked for it, they allowed Han Xiao to keep it by his side. During this period, as long as the cooldown of Bold Explorer was over, Han Xiao would use the triangular device. Unfortunately, after watching a bunch of scattered fragments, there were not many valuable clues. At most, he figured out part of the origin of the virus. The mechanical civilization that he saw for the first time was the creator of the virtual mutiny virus. This was indeed a weapon. The original intention of creating it was to deal with the unknown civilization that had used a planetary annihilation weapon to destroy a planet of the mechanical civilization. The virus was programmed to kill living beings, and the mechanical civilization was naturally not within this range. It could be considered a high-level war weapon that did not harm its allies. As for this mechanical civilization, it was actually an artificial intelligence civilization. Just like the AI civilization, all its citizens were artificial intelligence lifeforms, just more advanced. The mechanical bodies that filled the streets were all shells that carried artificial intelligence lifeforms, which was equivalent to their vehicles in the real world. Their appearances were all self-made, so there were basically no duplicates. Han Xiao found some unique words and symbols of this artificial intelligence civilization in the backtracking of Bold Explorer, time and time again. However, after comparing them, he found that there were no relevant records in the databases of the three universal civilizations. Either this artificial intelligence civilization was too old, and there was a gap in its history that even the three universal civilizations did not know about, or it was an advanced civilization in the unexplored universe. Regardless of which it was, it basically confirmed that the source of the virtual mutiny virus was the materialization phenomenon brought about by the information form disturbance, which was a mirage that interfered with reality. I hope I can see some useful fragments this time. Han Xiao glanced at Harrison beside him, took a deep breath, prayed for the blessing of the halo, and slowly pressed his hand on the cold surface of the triangular device. Buzz. The next moment, his vision suddenly changed, and he came to a bright laboratory. He looked up, and his pupils suddenly constricted as a look of surprise flashed across his face. He saw a triangular device placed in the middle of the room. It was not closed yet, revealing the safe inside. A group of mechanical bodies that looked like researchers stood beside it, operating the mechanical arms solemnly, putting a cluster of almost transparent light blue electric arcs into the device. Could this be the scene where the virtual mutiny virus was just created? I finally got something this time. Han Xiao suppressed his joy and carefully observed this cluster of light blue electric arcs. He saw traces of electric arcs swimming in the air like a powerful electromagnetic field. This is the virus core. Shouldn't it be virtual data? Why is it a cluster of electromagnetic energy? Han Xiaoxin was confused. At this time, an indifferent electronic voice sounded, and a mechanical researcher on the side pointed at the camera used to record the experiment process and spoke. Summary of the experimental object, domino virus, can infect quantum networks and rewrite the underlying logic of artificial intelligence. Currently programmed to kill all organic life forms. Raw materials. 1,000 mutated artificial intelligence lives with their independent thoughts erased, leaving only the data shell and computing ability. After 165 failed modifications, the domino virus was successfully created. The initial form of this virus has extremely high stealth, permeability, and infectivity. Virus core, a set program without independent thoughts. As the control center, it controls the domino virus according to the input logic, monitors the infection situation, and chooses the right time to activate the virus. At the same time, it has the ability to self-evolve. When the opponent develops a targeted firewall, the virus core will automatically analyze the data and use its powerful computing ability to find loopholes. It will continuously update and strengthen the virus information package to carry out a new round of infection. Note: starting from the second generation of the virus, all information packages are considered to be activated. Once infected, they will no longer be hidden and will immediately rewrite the target's logic. In addition, the virus core uses virtual soul, bioelectric simulation, magnetic field reconstruction, and so on. It has two forms of existence. It can turn into a virtual soul and swim freely in the quantum network. It can also leave the quantum network at any terminal and enter the material world, turning into an electromagnetic life form. Because the foundation of the virus core's existence is virtual soul, when it is in the electromagnetic field state, it can enter the quantum network at any time without touching the node. Therefore, the virus core has extremely high escape and stealth abilities, as well as high mobility. If used properly, a single domino virus can destroy most of the armed forces of a galactic civilization and cause the civilization level of the target to regress many generations. Because it is too powerful, it needs to be used carefully. The domino virus is temporarily sealed and cannot be used without permission. Han Xiao's eyes slowly widened. He felt like his young heart had received a huge blow. If not for, bold explorer, seeing all this, no one in the universe would have known the true face of the virtual mutiny virus. Now, I'm the only one who knows this information. The others are still in the dark. At this time, a bad thought appeared in his mind. This is bad. The plan of the three universal civilizations is not going to work. This thing is more troublesome than I thought. Chapter 11:15. There seems to be an activity. There is a post in the book review and comment section. Those who are interested can take a look. Super Godly Mechanic First Book Review Activity duration, from now until December 20th, 2019. Activity location, starting point book review page of Super Godly Mechanic. Activity requirement, fans of Super Godly Mechanic are greater than or equal to apprentices. Otherwise, it will not be valid. The Super Godly Mechanic First Book Review Page Book Review competition is as follows. Participants, please use your wisdom to praise your favorite character. It can be the main character or a supporting character. There is no limit to the content, the number of words, and the style. Participants, please use your own smart and brave imagination to participate enthusiastically. The title of the entry for this activity must be Entry for the First Super Godly Mechanic Book Review Competition. Otherwise, it will not be valid. The rewards for this activity are as follows. First place, reward 50,000 Chijen coins, you are the best boss. Second place, reward 30,000 Chijen coins, one person under you. Third place, reward 20,000 Chijen coins, very impressive. Fourth place, reward 15,000 Chijen coins, not bad. Fifth place, reward 10,000 Chijen coins, not bad. Sixth place to 10th place, reward 5,000 Chijen coins. 11th place to 20th place, reward 2,000 Chijen coins. 20th place to 30th place, consolation prize reward 1,000 Chijen coins. Consolation prize is not bad either. Asterisk. Asterisk. In addition, there will be a Best Idiot Book Review Award, and the winner will be rewarded 5,000 Chijen coins. Idiots can also win awards. You can register for this activity multiple times, but each account can only win once per month. The final explanation rights will belong to the Super Godly Mechanic officials. P.S. Speaking of which, if the number of participants is less than the number of awards, then wouldn't it be a waste equals? Asterisk. Chapter 11:16. At this time, the image of bold explorer came to an abrupt end, and his vision returned to the warehouse. His palm left the cold shell of the triangular device. Han Xiao stood where he was and silently looked at the device in front of him. He remained silent and did not move at all. Harrison did not know what was going on, but he could sense that the atmosphere was getting heavier. He asked cautiously, "Your Excellency Blackstar, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Han Xiao came back to his senses, glanced at him, and walked out of the warehouse. Harrison hurriedly followed. "Go do your thing. Don't follow me." "Oh, okay." Harrison hurriedly left as if he had been pardoned. Although Blackstar was not doing anything, Harrison could not help but feel immense pressure just by being by his side. After sending Harrison away, Han Xiao returned to his room and recalled the secret he had seen earlier. His mind spun rapidly. So, the real name of the virtual mutiny virus is the domino virus. What a terrifying weapon of war. Any organization that has this technology will be able to win in information warfare. He finally understood why the intelligent plague still swept across the entire universe in his previous life. It turned out that it was not only because someone was causing trouble but also because the three universal civilizations did not manage to stop the invasion of the domino virus. It was not that their technology was not good enough but that they were at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence. The three universal civilizations were caught off guard. After all, who would have thought that the virtual mutiny virus would have such a mechanism? If he had not seen the true face of the virus from Bold Explorer, he would have probably been like the three universal civilizations, still treating the virus core as a pure data program. According to normal logic, the virus core was just a switch program to monitor the progress of the overall infection. Therefore, the three universal civilizations felt that they were not afraid after creating the antivirus. Of course, they did not know that the virus core had the ability to self-update and evolve. What they had suppressed so far was only the first generation of the virus. As long as the core was not dealt with, there would be the second generation, the third generation, and so on. Furthermore, the virus would not be lurking next time and would directly cause a mechanical rebellion. Not only was the infection rate more terrifying than expected, the virus core itself had an extremely shocking ability to escape. It was not limited to data mode, and it could even enter the material world and construct an electromagnetic field as a shell to carry itself. It could freely switch between virtual and reality, and it was not afraid of being blocked on the internet. Because the foundation of its existence was a virtual soul, the virus core could enter the quantum network without any physical contact. This was similar to the ability of a beyond grade a virtual mechanic to enter the quantum network at any time. Only when it materialized would it need a node as an exit, which meant that it could use the quantum network to teleport between various nodes. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of the virus core after so many months. It's probably not because Harrison's Halo isn't good enough, but because it's impossible to track it down on the internet, Han Xiao thought. This ability was similar to his void warp. For the virus core, the quantum network was like another secondary dimension that it could enter and exit at will. This artificial intelligence civilization should not have reached the universal level. The three universal civilizations had the ability to analyze all the principles behind the domino virus, but they needed a certain amount of time to do so. Therefore, when they first encountered such a virus weapon, there would be a stage where they could not understand it. The technology tree of each civilization was different, and there would always be some civilizations that developed black technology, such as the Kundi race's spacetime splicer. The three universal civilizations' achievements in virtual viruses could not compare to this artificial intelligence civilization. After all, there were specializations, and even their citizens were artificial intelligences, so this was clearly their strongest point. However, this is amazing. In my previous life, since the three universal civilizations successfully resolved the intelligent plague, the virus core must have been resolved. Logically speaking, the three universal civilizations should have mastered this technology, but why didn't they use it when they were fighting the World Tree? Han Xiaoxin's head twitched, and he became suspicious. Could it be that the virus core did not fall into the hands of the three universal civilizations in my previous life but was secretly stolen by someone else? The next moment, the image of an old man appeared in Han Technician's mind. Mecha Empire Man Ison. This B** is the most suspicious. Han Xiao could not be blamed for thinking this way. Man Ison had left too deep of an impression on him. This sounded like something Man Ison would do. Furthermore, the raw material of the domino virus was a mutated artificial intelligence, and Man Ison happened to be in control of an artificial intelligence civilization. It was terrifying to think about. Han Xiao hurriedly shook his head and got rid of these distracting thoughts. The three universal civilizations had to learn a lot to understand the mechanism of the domino virus. Now that I've seen the truth in advance, I can save the process of figuring it out and take precautions. Thinking of this, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. In his previous life, the three universal civilizations could only figure it out while suffering losses. Now that he had this B** who was reading the strategy, there was no need for them to repeat the same mistake. For all he knew, he might be able to resolve the source of the virus when it was still in its first generation, not giving the virus a chance to break out and minimizing the losses. From the looks of it, the butterfly effect he brought was still more positive. The main problem now is to convince the three universal civilizations to change their plan of killing the virus on a large scale. Without dealing with the virus core, it's useless no matter how much they kill the virus. Since the virus core's ability is so troublesome, dealing with it will require the cooperation of the three universal civilizations. The ability to self-evolve was the most terrifying. As long as this was dealt with, the rest would be easy. He was not afraid of the virus core escaping the ancient star desert, but the quantum network of this star field was blocked, which was equivalent to a large local area network. It would not be able to receive the feedback of the ancient star desert virus from the outside. Even if the virus core did escape, it would still have to log into this sealed network if it wanted to monitor the overall infection situation in the ancient star desert. This meant that even if the virus core could teleport with the help of the quantum network, its range would be limited to the ancient star desert. As for whether or not it would spread the virus outside, Han Xiao was not worried. Although the three universal civilizations lacked intelligence, they were not incompetent. In order to prevent leakage, they were also scanning the outside world. If the outside world was infected with the first-generation virus on a large scale, the three universal civilizations would discover it very quickly. After secretly analyzing for a while, Han Xiao had some ideas. He summoned Philip and ordered, "Contact the three universal civilizations of the ancient star desert. Help me arrange a meeting with the people in charge of the disaster command center of the three universal civilizations, as well as the other beyond grade A mechanics. I want to have a meeting with them and tell them that I made a huge discovery regarding the virus core." Half an hour later, Intelligent Plague Disaster Command Room, Upper Echelon Meeting Room. After receiving Blackstar's invitation, everyone put down the work they were doing. Shidrun, the other two supervisors, and all the beyond grade A mechanics were present in remote projections to listen to Blackstar's discovery. As soon as Han Xiao's remote projection appeared, Shidrun immediately asked, "Did you find the virus core?" "Blackstar, did you find the virus core?" "No, I haven't caught it yet, but I made a major discovery." Hearing that Han Xiao did not succeed, the people present were both disappointed and relieved. They then became curious about the major discovery Han Xiao mentioned. "What did you find?" "It's like this." Han Xiao did not beat around the bush and directly explained the mechanism of the virus core, mainly emphasizing the transformation and self-renewal functions. The threat of the domino virus was too high, and solving the disaster together was the most important task. Therefore, he did not plan to hide anything at this time. After hearing Han Xiao's explanation, everyone present fell silent. They looked at each other, not knowing what expression to make. Seeing this, Han Xiao continued with a serious expression. "Therefore, your large-scale antivirus plan is useless. Only by finding the virus core can the threat of the intelligent plague be truly eliminated. I suggest you take action immediately." This time, Shidrun interrupted Han Xiao with a strange expression. "Blackstar, we would like to ask, where did you get all this information from?" Everyone present had the same thought. They stared at Han Xiao in shock and doubt. They could not help but be suspicious. This information was too detailed, so detailed that it felt like it was made up. You're not lying to us, are you? You're so cunning. It's not impossible. This is a serious matter. We have to confirm the authenticity of the information. If you don't show us evidence, how can we believe you? I knew you would say that. Han Xiao was not surprised at all and opened his mouth. In fact, I found traces of the virus core in the quantum network not long ago. I was about to track and capture it, but the target disappeared from the quantum network without any warning. The clues were cut off because of that. I'm a pinnacle beyond grade a virtual mechanic, and it actually disappeared right under my nose without me being able to see the mechanism behind it. There are experts here as well, so I don't have to explain how difficult it was. I had my suspicions back then and felt that it was not just a data program. And then? How did you find out about this? Shidran asked curiously. Your files should have recorded that I have a passive foresight ability. I sensed that the virus core was not simple, and a few days later, I saw the future outbreak of the intelligent plague and the scene of countless lives being wiped out. At the same time, I also saw the true face of this virus core. Han Xiao pretended to be helpless. So, I really can't show you any evidence. This is difficult for us. The people in charge of the 3 universal civilizations looked troubled. It was not that they did not believe in Blackstar, but foresight was sometimes not accurate. This matter concerned the safety of the entire universe. Without concrete evidence, betting on an illusory foresight was too risky. Han Xiao did not have much of a choice. He did not have any concrete evidence, so he could only use his foresight ability as an excuse. After all, bold explorer was not easy to explain. It was not as credible as foresight. However, although foresight was not convincing, with his current position, even if the people of the 3 universal civilizations did not believe him immediately, they would definitely find a way to verify his words. He did not need to explain too much. If it was proven to be fabricated, the 3 universal civilizations would naturally lower Han Xiao's credibility. However, before that, they would not immediately treat Han Xiao's words as fake. After experiencing so many things, Han Xiao's fame, prestige, and authority in the universe were enough for the 3 universal civilizations to take his suggestions seriously. At this time, Manison slowly said, I think I have some ideas. I feel that Blackstar's prediction makes sense. In fact, I also discovered traces of the virus core some time ago, and it also disappeared in front of my eyes. I also suspect that it's not just pure data. As soon as this was said, Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. The virus core he encountered was fabricated, but Manison might not be real. I knew it. Old Manison did make some progress, but he kept it a secret. If not for me tricking him today, this old thing would never have revealed this information. TSK, you said I'm not smart enough, but you're even worse. You're still hiding such crucial information. Everyone looked at each other and silently digested this shocking information. In the end, it was Shidran who coughed and replied, no matter what, we'll investigate the content of His Excellency Blackstar's foresight. This is very important information. As he spoke, he glanced at Manison from the corner of his eyes with disdain. You're the strongest mechanic in the universe. Why can't you dig up as much information as him? Learn from him. Manison looked straight ahead and pretended not to see Shidran's gaze. At this time, Kant worriedly said, if the virtual mutiny virus is really as Blackstar said, then we're in big trouble. The firewall we've built in the past few months will be drilled into a sieve by the next generation of viruses. By then, a disaster will sweep across the universe. What kind of civilization developed such terrifying virus technology? Aren't they afraid of getting burned? Francisco expressed his doubts. Regardless of whether Blackstar is telling the truth or not, we have to come up with a plan, Quantum Demon Judith, the dynasty's ally, said. Seeing this, Han Xiao spoke again and said with a deep voice, that's right. Regardless of whether the prediction is accurate or not, there won't be any problems if we give it a try. That makes sense. The 3 universal civilizations' representatives looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, do you have a plan? It's not a plan, just a rough idea. Han Xiao paused and looked around. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he slowly said, "The mobility of the virus is too high. The virus core is too mobile and difficult to capture, but there are still limitations. It can enter the quantum network at any time, but when it leaves, it has to choose a terminal node as the exit. This might be a breakthrough. In order to receive feedback from the information packets, the virus core will return to the quantum network from time to time. This time, we might really have to cut off the network on a large scale and reduce the number of terminal nodes. This will limit the range of the virus core and reduce the number of exits it can choose. At every terminal node, we'll arrange people to create traps. The ambushers have to be beyond grade of virtual mechanics who have mastered virtual paramount. Because after the virus core materializes, it does not need to touch the terminal and can enter the quantum network at any time, so the opportunity is only for a short moment. The moment the virus core materializes, the ambushing beyond grade A mechanics will use virtual paramount to suppress the virus core's virtual soul, making it unable to leave the body temporarily. The technology to seal the virus core is ready-made. That safe prevents the virus core from leaking out, so it will definitely be able to suppress the virus core's virtual soul and prevent it from entering the quantum network. As long as we analyze that triangular container, we'll be able to master this targeted technology." Hearing this, everyone could not help but size Han Xiao up again with strange gazes. Putting aside the feasibility of your plan, just the fact that the ambushers have to be virtual mechanics who have mastered virtual paramount is a little too brazen. Virtual paramount is an ability that only divine throne mechanics who specialize in virtual mechanics can master. Naturally, it has to be a pinnacle beyond grade A. You have one and Manison has one. So, what you're saying is that only virtual green kings like you can fight for the virus core, and even the 3 universal civilizations have to step aside. Are you sure you're not tricking us? Manison, on the other hand, laughed and praised this plan. Blackstar said it well. It's our duty to maintain the peace of the universe. How many terminal nodes are there that can be used as traps? How about this? I'm willing to mobilize 50 million spare Lord's avatars and place them in the various nodes, ensuring that I can descend at the location of the virus core at any time. Is that enough? Chapter 11:17. As soon as Manison finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Manison in unison. Their eyes were filled with a what the F***ck emotion. Listen to this, is that something a human would say? Han Xiao almost gasped. He could not help but size Manison up with a strange gaze. Do you really have 50 million Lord's avatars as carriers? Maybe I'm exaggerating a little. This is just an imaginary number. Manison laughed. That's more like it. These things are not mechanical soldiers. How can I make so many? I don't even have 5,000, 50,000 backup Lord's avatars. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously asked, how many do you have? 48 million, 1052. Oh, 54. Speaking of which, there are 2 more now. The world fell silent. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. His mind was a little messed up. He could not understand at all. No, I can understand how many mechanical soldiers you make, but what's the use of so many Lord's avatars? Only one can descend at a time. It's a waste to have more. Can you use them all? Manison, oh, I lack a sense of security. It's better to be prepared. The world fell silent again. You, the great Mecha Empire, lack a sense of security. King. Sure, this is a very strong reason. Other than calling him shameless, the people present had nothing to say. Han Xiao just wanted to blow Manison's head off. This is showing off, right? This is definitely showing off. Almost 50 million Lord's avatars, and you're still a human? How rich do you have to be to dare to do this? This is going to take over all the ambush locations. So what if you have money? Sensing Blackstar's resentment that was about to overflow, Manison smiled faintly and gave him a look. Yes, it's great to have money. Thank you for your help. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and sent Manison a private message. Don't try to fool us. You've created tens of millions of sovereign clones. That's a waste of resources. Hihi, you're still too young. The mechanical race has nothing but machines. Manison smiled and stroked his beard. He thought for a while and added, and money. Damn, I almost forgot that you're a second-generation heir. Rich dog. Han Xiao felt as if he had eaten 10 lemons. He secretly gritted his teeth. I was the one who came up with the plan. Shouldn't you do something about it? Why don't you give me 10 million sovereign clones? My doppelganger has my own size. You can't use it, so what do you want it for? Manison raised his eyebrows. I can reforge 10 million sovereign avatars. The cost of the materials isn't a small sum. Sure, give me the spacetime amber in exchange. Crawl. Han Xiao's face darkened, and he decisively ended the private chat. That old fogey craves my spacetime amber every day. Bad thing. As the two of them exchanged glances, the people in charge of the 3 universal civilizations also glanced back and forth between the two of them with strong suspicion in their eyes. One was the president of the Beyond Grade A Development Union, and the other was the vice president. These two probably colluded to put on an act, right? Sidrian coughed and resisted the urge to eat something delicious. He forced a smile and said, "That's right. We're very grateful for your Excellency's generosity, but the battle plan hasn't been decided yet. There's no need to rush, that's true." Manison nodded and casually raised his hand, indicating that he was just casually speaking and that they could continue chatting. Sidrian then turned to look at Han Xiao and said with a deep voice, "Your Excellency Blackstar, your idea seems good, but its feasibility is still questionable. First, we have to ensure that the virus core returns to the quantum network. Only then can we cut off the network on a large scale and control the other party's exit range. However, how do we determine when it logs onto the network? You have to know that those virus packets don't have a uniform time to send feedback data, so we can't determine when the virus core comes online. Secondly, we can't even lock onto the data form of the virus core for the time being, so it's difficult to track it on the network. If it stays in the quantum network, will we not be able to find it? Therefore, this is only a prototype of the idea. We still need to perfect the details, but the general idea should be feasible," Han Xiao said. "There are ways to solve all these problems. Since we know that the virus core is a life form and have its details, we can use this as an anchor point and use prophecy magic to find the other party's login time," Kant added. "Regarding the data form of the virus core, I can provide some details," Manison said. "Although I didn't catch it, I recorded the data traces it left behind when it was active in the quantum network. These are the other party's characteristics. We should be able to lock onto its data form by scanning and matching it." Everyone discussed for a while and gradually perfected the details. They all felt that this battle plan was worth a try. At this time, Shidrun raised one last condition. "I have one last question. Participating in this battle plan doesn't necessarily require mastery of virtual paramount. Every Beyond Grade A mechanic should have the ability to catch the virus core. If all the Beyond Grade As here participate, the chances will be higher." He did not believe Han Xiao's nonsense. If Beyond Grade A mechanics had the ability to catch the virus core, how could they have to master virtual paramount? That had to be a scheme by Blackstar and the Mecha Empire to monopolize it. "We have no objections. We're happy to help." The others all agreed. "Of course, none of you have any objections. You have a chance to fight for the virus core." "What objections can you have?" Han Xiao thought to himself. Then, it's settled. Sidrian slapped the table and said with a serious expression, "This plan still needs to be approved by the upper echelons. The 2 people in charge and I have to report it. There will be a result very soon, and it should be very smooth. This operation will rely on the abilities of all of you Beyond Grade As. I hope that all of you are well prepared. The safety of the universe will depend on all of you." Deactivating the remote projection, Han Xiao's gaze returned to the office. He bent his finger and casually knocked on the table. All the Beyond Grade A mechanics would participate in the operation to catch the virus core. Everyone wanted to fight for the virus core, so choosing the ambush location was of utmost importance. This was a matter of probability. The more clones there were, the higher the chances of them ambushing the virus core. In this aspect, no one could compare to the Mecha Empire. In comparison, Han Xiao had very few backup Lord's clones. It was not that he lacked money, but to him, creating too many of them was useless. He could only send one clone at a time, and it was basically used to guard the base. Old Man Ison clearly had bad intentions for creating so many clones. He probably wanted to guard countless planets one day. Humph. His ambition was clear as day. Man Ison probably has more Lord's clones than the trap nodes. He'll definitely be able to find the virus core and be in an invincible position. I can only rely on my luck, and it's the same for the others. Han Xiao rubbed his forehead. There was no limit to the number of ambushers at the same location. Man Ison was everywhere, and there was no way to avoid him. This was too difficult. When the 3 universal civilizations finalize the star map of the trap nodes, I'll get Harrison to help me choose the ambush location. If my luck fails and I don't find the virus core, that's fine. However, if I find it, Manison's clones will most likely be nearby, and I'll have to compete with him. It'll definitely be a situation where I don't need to use my fists. I can only play it by ear. Han Xiao sighed. If there was any advantage he had, it would be that he did not need to care about the survival of the virus core. Other people would want to capture him alive and analyze the complete technology behind the domino virus, but he had the intelligent plague mission. Personally destroying the core of the virus would give him a related specialty. With the characteristics of the domino virus, the related specialty would probably be a virtual ability. Although this would mean that he would lose the opportunity to obtain the complete technology, thinking about it carefully, if such a threatening virtual virus was analyzed by the 3 universal civilizations or other beyond grade as, it might not be a good thing. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, it would be a hot potato. Countless people, including the 3 universal civilizations, would have their eyes on him. However, the domino virus technology could also become one of the weapons against the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao was in a dilemma as to what to do. Forget it, it's still too early to think about this. I have to ensure that I can encounter the virus first. Only then will I have the qualifications to compete with Man Ison. He calmed himself down. Anyway, this was going to be a large-scale operation, and the preparation period was not short. He had a lot of time, so he could add some production lines to create as many Lord's clones as possible and place them in more ambush locations to increase the probability of him encountering the virus core. This is Black Star's intelligence. On the other side, the remote projections of the 3 universal civilizations leaders gathered together to listen to the report from Shidrun and the others. Right after the meeting held by Black Star ended, the 3 supervisors introduced the battle plan to the 3 leaders through the only encrypted external communication channel, hoping to obtain permission. After hearing the whole story, Uranril crossed her arms in front of her chest and slowly spoke. If Black Star's intelligence is true, he will be a great contributor to the explored universe, saving the disaster from the storm. Without his foresight, we would have had to pay the price of blood to discover the true face of the virtual mutiny virus. This plan was also proposed by him. If the virus core is captured because of this, Black Star will be the hero of the entire universe, changing the future that he predicted. Badder also expressed his appreciation. Black Star has indeed contributed, the ethereal Pope said calmly. Putting aside their past grudges, the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church greatly appreciated Han Xiao's performance during the Intelligent Plague. In their eyes, he was very reliable and had contributed greatly. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. We approve this operation. We allow you to mobilize the resources of the ancient Star Desert to carry out this battle plan. Don't disappoint us. Understood, Shidrun hurriedly agreed. This time, the ethereal Pope suddenly said, there's another thing. Make sure that the virus core is controlled by us in the end. Don't let other beyond grade as get their hands on it. That's right. The virtual mutiny virus is a weapon of war. It's too dangerous. We definitely can't let this technology spread, or the order of the universe will be threatened. Badr agreed and added, especially Blackstar and the Mecha Empire. If a peak beyond grade a virtual mechanic obtains this technology and improves it, it might evolve into a hidden danger even more terrifying than the intelligent plague. Even though Manison was an ally of the Radiant Federation, Badr was not biased. Although they all wanted to obtain this technology, the three of them understood that preventing a fourth party from controlling the virus was a more important task. In the eyes of the three universal civilizations, this kind of weapon of war with strategic deterrence was only beneficial to the entire universe if they monopolized it. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, a desolate planet welcomed a small civilian transport fleet. This was a legal interstellar transport company. It was not large, and it was not famous. It only operated a few fixed routes, and its business scope was limited to a few star zones in the same star system. There was a small desolate universe belt here. Because it was not large, the advanced civilizations did not set up stargates. Thus, many long-distance transport companies were created to cross this desolate universe belt. At this time, the transport fleet slowly stopped outside the planet's atmosphere. Resupply here. This planet has fuel resources. Go up and collect some. In the main ship, a senior captain who had worked in this transport company for many years gave the order. This time, a member of the exploration team suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Reporting to the captain, the radar detection shows that this planet is shrouded in a strange electromagnetic field storm. The captain was stunned. He came to the porthole and found that the atmosphere of this desolate planet was constantly flashing with light blue plasma arcs, looking like a looming electromagnetic shell. That's strange. I've been running this transport route for decades, and I don't know how many times I've stopped at this planet. When did this electromagnetic field storm phenomenon appear here? The captain muttered to himself and went to the radar to check the detection results. The energy structure of the electromagnetic field appeared on the screen, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This electromagnetic field model. A member of the exploration team hesitated. Why does it look a little like the bioelectric network of the brain's neuron activity? The captain was shocked. When he looked closer, the structure of this electromagnetic field was like a brain magnified countless times. Could it be alive? It can't be an electromagnetic field life form, right? The captain was surprised. This kind of field-type life form had always been a rare life form. It could be sold to collectors with special tastes, and the price was not cheap. Thinking of this, the captain hurriedly gave the order. Quick, find a way to capture it. This is an unexpected gain. However, as soon as he said that, the electromagnetic field storm that shrouded the planet suddenly dissipated and disappeared into thin air. It also disappeared on the radar as if it had never appeared. The members in the cabin were stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The captain rubbed his eyes with a look of surprise. Chapter 11:18. On the Star Ark civilization's mother planet, the upper echelons were having a discussion in the conference room. The three universal civilizations sent a notice not long ago, asking us to listen to their orders and be prepared to shut down the quantum network base stations on all planets. What are they trying to do? Isn't the intelligent plague already under control? Now that the three universal civilizations are doing this, could it be that something has changed? Or are the three universal civilizations going to mess with us again? The upper echelons all had tense expressions and were filled with suspicion. Originally, when the three universal civilizations announced the completion of the antivirus 3-piece set, they felt that the intelligent plague was basically solved. Thus, they focused their attention on the situation of the ancient star desert being sealed, thinking that the three universal civilizations might take the opportunity to do something to them. They were paranoid all the time, as if they were suffering from paranoia. The three universal civilizations suddenly ordered them to be prepared to cut off the quantum network in their territory at any time. This made the Star Ark civilization even more sensitive, almost thinking that this was a signal to attack them. This time, it was not cutting off external communication but shutting down the quantum network in their territory, destroying the cornerstone of the galactic society. In the galactic era, Large civilizations like them relied on the real-time information exchange of the quantum network to rule and govern the various planets. Now that they were asked to completely cut off the network, it meant that they would temporarily give up their ruling power over their territory, causing the various regions to fall into an unknown period of time without a central authority. The civilization leader knocked on the table, making the room quiet down before speaking. The three universal civilizations issued the same notice to the other civilizations, not just us. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, it seems like it's related to the intelligent plague. How are the three universal civilizations doing recently? A high-ranking official asked. The head of the intelligence department raised his eyelids and said, "The three universal civilizations are scattered across the various planets. The troops of the three universal civilizations are stationed on various planets, and those beyond grade A mechanics are also acting strangely. They're sending their own mechanical troops to those planets, as if they're going to do something big. All the beyond grade A mechanics are on the move." "Yes, all of them." "What do you think they're doing?" "I'm not sure, but it looks like they're setting up an ambush." The civilization leader pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Cooperate with the three universal civilizations. Investigate what the three universal civilizations and these beyond grade as are doing. Keep a close eye on them and don't ignore any of their movements. I want to know what their purpose is." Flickering World, Development Union Headquarters, Planet Fin. Many beyond grade or remote projections were gathered here, holding regular meetings to communicate. Many of the positions were empty, and most of them were beyond grade A mechanics who had been recruited. The positions of the president and vice president were also empty. Speaking of which, the Mecha Empire and Black Star have been absent from several meetings. I wonder how they are doing in the ancient Star Desert. Someone inadvertently brought up this topic, which immediately aroused everyone's interest. The intelligent plague in the ancient Star Desert has been going on for several months without any news. What's the situation now? Is the disaster under control? The star field has sealed off all information. I can't get any information either. Do any of you know the situation? Because the three universal civilizations had rated the intelligent plague as a world-destroying universal disaster, the entire universe was very concerned about the situation in the ancient Star Desert. However, due to the information blockade, there was no way to know the progress. The beyond grade as present were also curious. "Hey, Hella, is there any news about your army commander?" A beyond grade A turned to look at the silent Hella. "No," Hella replied concisely. She was also a member of the association. Since Black Star was absent, she had become the representative of the Black Star Corps. Talaran curled his lips and said, "Humph, Black Star has probably been killed." "Are you asking for a beating again?" Hella was expressionless. Talaran smiled sinisterly. "The way I see it, the three universal civilizations calling all the beyond grade A mechanics over is a scheme. Think about it, both the president and the vice president are mechanics. Isn't this like catching everyone in one go?" The allies of the Arcane Church all looked at him, speechless. "Which side are you on? Is it really okay to spread rumors about your boss like this? Don't talk nonsense. You have to take responsibility," an ethereal direct member said unhappily. "Sorry, I always speak my mind." Talaran snorted. Hella could not be bothered with him, but she was still a little worried. The other mechanics had all sent their avatars over, and only Black Star's main body was there. The ancient Star Desert was sealed. If the three universal civilizations really wanted to do anything to Black Star, that place would instantly become a dead end. Hella did not trust the three universal civilizations from the bottom of her heart. Although she had the teleportation function of the King mechanical suit, it could not dispel her worries. On the other side, Secret Master, who was resting with his eyes closed, could not help but tremble as he listened to everyone's argument. As the protector of the black market, he was more curious about the situation in the ancient Star Desert than anyone else. Ever since the star field was sealed, all contact with the black markets there had been cut off. Many of them were businesses under his protection, which had always provided him with huge profits. Some of them were Beast Ancestors' businesses that he had just taken over not long ago. After not contacting them for so long, he had no idea how his businesses were doing. I wonder what the situation in the ancient star desert is like now. Secret Master's thoughts drifted away as he guessed. The three universal civilizations made arrangements according to Han Xiao's battle plan and spent more than a month preparing. They sent their fleets to each trap node planet. Most of the time was spent on traveling, waiting for the various beyond grade mechanical troops to arrive at the ambush locations. Because this was a starfield-level local area network, there were quite a number of trap nodes spread throughout the various star systems of the ancient star desert. The trap nodes that the three universal civilizations chose were mainly in areas that were not easy to control with just a notification or some important locations. Every terminal exit was guarded by the beyond grade A mechanics and the three universal civilizations' fleets. Manison's Lord's avatars were stationed at every location. Han Xiao had created a new batch of Lord's avatars during this time, but the number was still limited. He settled for the next best thing and arranged mechanical troops at every ambush location. As for the limited number of Lord's avatars, they were placed at carefully selected locations, referring to Harrison, to try their luck. The target of Lord's Descent was not limited to the Lord's avatars. Even ordinary mechanical soldiers could be used as carriers. However, the shared skills were not complete, and their combat power was far lower than that of the Lord's avatars. Therefore, even if the beyond grade A mechanics who had mastered Lord's Descent could ambush at every location, they could only be bystanders at most. They did not have the advantage that Manison had. After all, ordinary mechanical soldiers would not be able to compete with Manison's Lord's avatars. Therefore, the other beyond grade A mechanics were all prepared to force the virus core to materialize at the node where their Lord's avatars were at during the first step of the network tracking. Due to the concealment of the virus core, there were no universal scanning tools at the moment. Only beyond grade A mechanics had the ability to track the virus core online. Although some of them were not specialized in virtual, as long as they had learned the ultimate knowledge, virtual creator, they would be able to cut down people online. In order to increase everyone's virtual ability and coverage, the Radiant Federation took out a large-scale strategic device called the Super Range Virtual Brainwave Amplifier. This was a piece of equipment specially made for mechanics. It increased their virtual ability in many ways and greatly increased the coverage area. In the hands of a beyond grade A mechanic, it was the most effective. The size of the device was extremely large. It was like a silver spherical galactic base. The exterior looked like it was pieced together by many boards. There were obvious gaps, and it was not smooth at all. The interior of the device was extremely spacious. In the center, all the beyond grade A mechanics formed a circle and floated in midair, facing each other. They were all in position. The remote projections of Shidrun and the other two sensors appeared in the circle. They solemnly said, "Everyone, the mechanical troops have been deployed. There are only 13 minutes left until the predicted virus core goes online. When the time is up, we will immediately cut off the network and turn the ancient star desert into a trap. Please act according to the battle plan. Everyone, please capture the virus core." Everyone nodded. Although the mission on their shoulders was very heavy, everyone present was a big shot who stood at the peak of the universe, so they did not feel much pressure. The first step of the battle plan was to cut off the network. After the trap was set, everyone would track the virus core on the network and prevent it from hiding. It was like catching a chicken in a cage. With the data provided by Manison, as well as the enhancement of the SuperRange Virtual Brainwave Amplifier, they could track the virus indefinitely without letting the virus core escape. At this moment, Kant smiled and said, "This should be the first time all the beyond grade A mechanics in the universe have worked together. I think it will be recorded in history." Hearing this, many people present laughed in unison. All the top figures in the mechanic world working together was undoubtedly a representative event. Han Xiao glanced at everyone and curled his lips. Humph, these people are laughing so happily now. When they fight for the virus core later, their brains will be out of their heads. I hope Harrison's halo is reliable this time, and the virus core will end up in the hands of my lord's avatar, Han Xiao did not participate in the compliments and prayed silently in his heart. Everyone quietened down and adjusted their state of mind. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, when the countdown reached 1 minute, Shidrun looked at the time and said with a deep voice, "Everyone, let's move." In the quantum network vision, the ancient star desert was a dimly glowing star field. Countless shining nodes converged into a sea of light. Countless data links between the nodes outlined a complicated three-dimensional network structure that extended in all directions. These thread-like data links formed the cornerstone of the galactic society. At this moment, the view zoomed in, and a stream of light suddenly appeared outside one of the thread-like data links. This stream of light looked like an extremely precise data model. There were no numbers flowing on the shell. This was the data form of the domino virus core, showing the structure of an artificial intelligence life. The next second, the virus core touched the firewall of the data link. Its shell instantly assimilated with the firewall, easily evading the alarm mechanism. It completely infiltrated the link and moved along with the flow of information, capturing the feedback data of the virus packets swimming in the network. It was like a big fish eating a small fish. However, at this moment, a large part of the ancient star desert that was shining in the quantum network vision suddenly dimmed. The data links broke one after another, and a large number of nodes went out at the same time. Only a small part of the sea of light was left. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful consciousnesses suddenly descended on the quantum network and scanned the remaining quantum network area inch by inch. It was as if all the data had nowhere to hide. The next moment, one of the consciousnesses suddenly locked onto the virus core. The data stream condensed out of thin air, and a glowing figure appeared in front of the virus core. Kant's virtual soul had a faint smile on its face. "Found you." At this moment, the virus core program quickly made a judgment and immediately adopted a response plan to escape. Following the data link, the virus core changed its disguise many times and frantically escaped to countless nodes. However, suddenly, a data stream tornado appeared in front of it. "Do you want to play hide and seek?" The data stream formed the face of the quantum demon spirit, Judith, quietly staring at the virus core. The virus core did not hesitate and turned to escape again, wanting to find a place to hide in the quantum network to get rid of the tracking. However, no matter how much computing power the virus core used to disguise itself, it would still encounter the figure of a beyond grade A mechanic every time it ran. It was forced to change its direction time and time again, as if it was in a panic. Han Xiao, Man Ison, Kant, Judith, and more than a dozen beyond grade A mechanics appeared one after another, blocking the virus core's path time and time again. The encirclement gradually took shape and shrank. This scene was like a group of sneering bullies surrounding a virtuous woman. No matter how hard she tried, she would be pushed back to the center of the encirclement with nowhere to run. At this moment, the virus core stopped running and entered one of the nodes, suddenly disappearing into thin air. It has materialized. In the material world, the eyes of Han Xiao's main body, who was staying in the superrange virtual brainwave amplifier, suddenly sparkled. The terminal exit that the virus core had chosen seemed to be a planet occupied by the machinery faith. That was one of the ambush locations of his lord's avatar. At the same time, powerful mechanical force burst out of every mechanic around Han Xiao. Many lords' consciousnesses shot toward the planet where the node was located. Chapter 11:19. Ancient Star Desert, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, planet magnetic cloud. This was one of the settlements of the machinery faith. The ground was yellowish-black, and heavy bases in the machinery faith style were rooted on the surface, arranged neatly, forming a circular industrial city. Around it were open-air mines with countless large industrial cranes hanging on them. The streets of the city extended in all directions, all flattened grey roads. Fleet after fleet of transport vehicles roared past, sweeping past the pedestrians in heavy power armor on both sides of the street. In the center of the circular city was a towering mountain, cut off from the middle into a platform where the machinery faith community sat. Right above it was a floating island, emitting a gentle artificial light. The machinery faith had many believers, with many internal factions, loose management, and wandering nature. Usually, with the Grand Priest and the various bishops as the core, they gathered a group of believers from different factions to form a fleet, searching for planets in the universe and constantly migrating. Their goal was to excavate the minerals and underground mechanical wreckage of the planet, hoard them, or sell them. Therefore, most of the planets occupied by the machinery faith were only temporary strongholds, somewhat like a wandering sect. The machinery faith did not have many fixed strongholds. Some were branches of different factions, some were long-term settlements of believers like Planet Magnetic Cloud, and some were recognized as holy lands by all believers. Now, the three universal civilizations' heavy-armored fleet was hovering in the blue-black sky of Planet Magnetic Cloud. The believers on the surface were not surprised, occasionally glancing up before lowering their heads and continuing with what they were doing. The three universal civilizations had already greeted the machinery faith. This kind of loose religious organization had always been difficult to manage. The three universal civilizations did not trust the machinery faith's ability to execute orders, so they simply sent a fleet to station here, using it as a trap node. At this moment, on the open-air platform at the top of the machinery faith temple, the Grand Priest in the bishop armor looked up at the fleet in the sky and whispered to himself. Seeing this, the priest beside him walked over and asked, "Grand Priest, are you worried about the three universal civilizations' fleet?" The Grand Priest shook his head. "We're just a civilian association, following the law. We don't have much interaction with the three universal civilizations, so they won't do anything to us. I'm just glad that the three universal civilizations are here." Glad? That's right. Ever since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, the number of zealots in the church has been increasing day by day. Not only are they secretly researching the virtual mutiny virus, but they even want to spread it. This goes against the original intention of the machinery faith to be neutral. Their twisted beliefs will bring disaster to the church. Now that the three universal civilizations' fleets are here, they've indirectly suppressed those zealots, the Grand Priest mumbled. Now that he thought about it, his heart still felt heavy. After the three universal civilizations developed the antivirus, there were even some fanatics who used the banner of promoting God's revelation, wanting to modify the virus and crack the antivirus so that the intelligent plague could continue. They insisted that this was a great artificial intelligence revolution. Thus, he had no choice but to mobilize the Guardian Legion and lock these people up. However, this thought remained and continued to spread throughout the settlement. "Well, maybe." The priest paused for a moment before asking in confusion, "I still don't understand why the three universal civilizations are temporarily requisitioning our settlement. It seems to have something to do with the intelligent plague." "I'm not too sure either." The Grand Priest shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, the armor's built-in radar suddenly reacted. Abnormality detected in the magnetic field of the planet, creating a vortex phenomenon. Coordinates. The Grand Priest was stunned. He turned around with his companions and looked in the direction of the magnetic vortex. The magnetic field of Planet Magnetic Cloud was very special. The armor of the machinery faith believers here had specialized monitors for the magnetic field. Now that they all heard the report from the radar, the pedestrians on the street stopped and looked in the same direction. Everyone switched to their electromagnetic vision, and the flow of the magnetic field was clearly visible. In the distant sky, the electromagnetic field seemed to have formed a tornado. Bright electric arcs appeared out of thin air, quickly forming an energy field. At this time, something unexpected happened. Boom! Dazzling meteors flew out from the three universal civilizations' fleets in outer space, rapidly falling in the direction of the electromagnetic field vortex. Although the shooting stars were not large in size, they were all emitting astonishing energy waves. Dazzling electric arcs were left behind and did not disperse in the retina for a long time. Together with the rumbling of thunder, it was as if the sky was collapsing. "What's that?" Including the Grand Priest, the machinery faith believers on Planet Magnetic Cloud were all shocked. At this time, this batch of meteors had reached the position of the electromagnetic field vortex and stopped. The flames on their bodies dissipated, revealing the appearance of mechanical bodies. They were all the Lord's avatars of the Beyond Grade A mechanics. Manison, who was in the lead, was the fastest. He raised his eyes and glared, and the electromagnetic vortex stopped for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed the electric arc field in the center of the vortex. It was sucked into a miniature triangular container the size of a head. In the next moment, the abnormal electromagnetic vortex phenomenon disappeared, as if the wind and rain had stopped and the sky was clear. It was as if the electromagnetic tornado just now was just an illusion. Those are the Lord's avatars of the Beyond Grade A mechanics. Seeing this, although they did not know what had happened, the machinery faith believers were instantly excited. In their eyes, the appearance of so many Beyond Grade A mechanics was no less than the descent of gods. However, before they could be surprised, the situation changed again. The other Beyond Grade A Lord's avatars, who were one step behind, attacked Manison at the same time, raising their hands and stabbing him in the back. Bang! 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 Light exploded in midair, reflecting in the eyes of countless machinery faith believers. The next second, Manison's Lord's avatar flew out of the explosion and was surrounded by everyone. Seeing this, a look of surprise flashed across the eyes of every believer. These Beyond Grade A mechanics are going to fight here? Then, aren't we involved in a war of gods? Rewind time to 10 seconds. In the three universal civilizations' fleets outside planet Magnetic Cloud, mechanical troops of different mechanics floated. Some of the mechanical troops surrounded their respective lords' avatars. The moment the virus core left the quantum network, everyone's lord's consciousness chased after it, and the eyes of the mechanical bodies suddenly lit up. Target locked. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, the sound of the detection radar rang in his ears. At the same time, a black shadow fell rapidly not far away. It was Manison's avatar, and it rushed toward the virus core first. This old thing is so fast. This thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind. Just as he was about to use his skills, he realized that void hyperdrive and other flash abilities were all in a state where he could not use them. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood something. Without any delay, he immediately fell to the ground. Behind him, meteors followed one after another, all of which were other people's avatars or troops. Bang! The group passed through the atmosphere one after another, and the friction created a layer of flames. Han Xiao stared at the target closely. The electromagnetic vortex expanded rapidly in his sight, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The virus core had just left the quantum network and was in the middle of gathering electromagnetic energy to form a body. At this time, it noticed a group of Beyond Grade A Lord's avatars approaching, so it immediately gave up on materializing and escaped into the quantum network again. However, at this moment, Manison's eyes shot out a strong electric light, and he activated Virtual Paramount first. Buzz. The virtual soul of the virus core was instantly suppressed, unable to leave the body that had not yet fully formed. Manison's movements were smooth, and he did not stop at all. He quickly took out a special containment device and sucked the virus core into it. This kind of container was specially made to contain the virus core's ability. As long as it was caught, the virus core would definitely not be able to escape. Old Manison got it. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. However, at the next moment, the other lord's avatars followed closely behind and attacked at the same time. Highly concentrated beams brushed past his body and went straight for Manison's back. Bang! Bang! Manison had expected this. Layers of shields appeared and blocked everyone's attacks, causing a violent explosion. Using this push, he quickly pulled away and turned to face everyone, still holding the virus core container in his hand. Everyone surrounded Manison and confronted him. Be careful. If you destroy the container, my efforts will be in vain. Manison wasn't angry at all as he spoke calmly. The direct descendant of the Radiant Federation, Protector Romo, said with a deep voice, Manison, hand over the virus core. You know very well that this kind of thing cannot be leaked. The remote projections of Shidrun and the other people in charge appeared beside him and said with a serious tone, That's right, Your Excellency Mecha Empire. You're a reasonable person. Our 3 universal civilizations will definitely reward you for capturing the virus core. However, this thing cannot be allowed to remain in the hands of others. Hihi, no need to be so nervous. When I'm done, not only will I hand over the virus core, but I'll also share the technology I've analyzed. Man Ison was very casual and did not panic. Han Xiao did not say anything. He looked around and nodded. He had expected this situation long ago. In his previous life, someone had intercepted the virus core and probably obtained it secretly. However, the current situation was completely different. The virus core was a hot potato. No matter which mechanic obtained it, they would immediately face difficulties and become the target of other mechanics. At the same time, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely ask for it in public. Battleships were of no help in capturing the virus core, so why did the 3 universal civilizations set up a fleet at the trap nodes? Obviously, this was not to deal with the virus core but to deal with beyond grade A mechanics like them. The Lord's avatars present basically all had short-range hyperdrive abilities. Han Xiao even had Void Flash, but no one used it. This was because the fleet had already activated the space-time stabilization anchor at the trap nodes to prevent anyone from escaping. It was precisely because the space-time around planet Magnetic Cloud was locked that Man Ison stayed here to talk. Otherwise, he would have disappeared with a hyperdrive the moment he got it. If he wanted to leave with the virus core, he could only fight his way out. However, although the 3 universal civilizations and the other mechanics tried to take the virus core, they were worried about destroying the container, so they restrained themselves. The 3 universal civilizations hoped to get the virus core back from Man Ison through negotiations. They were even mentally prepared for the other party to raise the price. Mecha Empire, the virtual mutiny virus is a strategic weapon technology that can threaten the entire universe. Only the 3 universal civilizations have control of it will not cause any problems. We will not allow any risks to exist, so no matter what, we have to get the virus core today. You should understand the seriousness of this problem. The supervisor of the Arcane Church said with a firm tone. Man Ison did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the other mechanic avatars and slowly said, "Do you see it? Do you see that? Whoever obtains the virus core will have to face such a situation. Do you still want to continue fighting? To be honest, I'm not that interested in the virus core. After all, I'm not a virtual mechanic. However, I don't mind using this bargaining chip to exchange for more good stuff." Kant chuckled. "Don't look at me. As long as I get the virus core, I can regain my freedom." "I'm now on Ethereal's side," Francisco said. "As long as there's a chance, we have to fight for it with all our might." "Teacher, this is what you taught me," Mechanical Queen Mornisa said calmly. Everyone expressed their stance. Although their reasons were different, they all expressed their determination to get the virus core. In the end, Manison's gaze stopped on Han Xiao. "Blackstar, what about you?" Han Xiao did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his tone and said, "You've asked around. It's not just a casual conversation, right? Are you stalling for time, or are you trying to find an ally?" Hearing this, Man Ison smiled. "Blackstar, you know me best, that's right. I need an ally to deal with this tricky situation with me. You and I both understand the situation of the Beyond Grade as. We're on the same side. I'm researching the virtual mutiny virus technology not only because of the technology but also to fight for a guarantee for the Beyond Grade as. If you're willing to help me, I don't mind you researching this technology with me." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Han Xiao. Some were curious, some were wary, and some were mocking him. Han Xiao was indifferent and said casually, "That's right. Sounds good, but I think you'll go back on your word. Hehe, you might not believe me, but I need someone to take this risk with me. It's more beneficial for me to have 2 people control this technology, so I won't go back on my word this time. TSK, you have no proof. It's useless no matter how nice your words sound. Then, how do you want me to prove it?" Han Xiao pointed at the container in Manison's hand and smiled. "Since you're willing to research it together, it doesn't matter who has the virus core. You give me the device, I'll take the risk, and you'll help me break out. This way, I'll believe your sincerity. Otherwise, you'll be cheating my feelings. I have no problem with that, but you're willing to research it together with me now that it's in your hands. How can I be sure that you won't go back on your word? Man Ison asked. Just like what you said earlier, I'll attract too much attention alone. I also need a shield. Han Xiao shrugged. Man Ison was silent for a few seconds. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, he slowly opened his mouth. His attitude immediately shocked everyone. If that's the case, why can't I give it to you? Chapter 11:20. At the same time, the image of planet magnetic cloud was broadcasted to the central galaxy through the encrypted military channel. The leaders of the three universal civilizations were monitoring the situation in real time. Seeing this, the three of them fell silent. Bada let out a sigh and slowly said, Man Ison, the freedom we gave him went too far. We can tolerate other things, but he crossed the line. The ethereal Pope's eyes were distant. He always ignored our warnings and challenged our authority time and time again. Now, he even wants to take over the strategic deterrence weapon, saying that it's for the so-called beyond grade as. He just wants to make us fear him and gain the right to speak on an equal footing. In the future, he will use this to threaten us and try to take whatever he wants from us. This possibility must be eliminated from the source. I remember that Black Star has an ability similar to the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. If he works with Man Ison and takes over the virus core, he can immediately break through the seal and teleport away. Bada turned to look at the silent Uranril and said with a slightly heavier tone, as long as he teleports away with the virus core now, from now on, we will assume that the virtual mutiny virus technology is in Black Star's hands. So, Your Excellency, what do you plan to do? Uranril was silent for a while before saying, now is not a good time to purge. The flickering world is being developed, and the supercluster civilization is a threat. If we force Black Star and the Mecha Empire to rebel, they might take the virtual mutiny virus and join the supercluster civilization. That's the real risk. Let's try not to go to that step. That's right. The supercluster civilization is a hidden danger. Logically speaking, now is not a good time for us to start a purge. However, there should be a limit to our compromise and tolerance. We can't cross the bottom line, Bada said with a deep voice. The ethereal Pope's tone was solemn. Perhaps having a trump card to protect their personal safety is a reasonable request of the beyond grade as. However, we cannot ignore the threat this hidden danger poses to our ruling position. I know that if Black Star or the Mecha Empire obtains the virus technology, as long as we don't provoke them, we will be fine. The worst-case scenario will not happen for the time being. However, a hidden danger is still a hidden danger. Just because it won't happen in the short term, can we just cover our eyes and pretend that none of this has happened? We didn't rely on others to get to where we are today. Uranril frowned and said in a low voice, do you know what you're talking about? You're talking about a war that will sweep across all the advanced civilizations in the universe, a purge that will last for hundreds of years. Don't you know the consequences? Do you want to go back to the exploration era? It's not to the extent of the exploration era. We're already the overlords, and no one can surpass us. Perhaps this will be an unprecedented chaos in the history of the galactic calendar, but we can clear away all obstacles. This is better than watching the enemy grow and become too big to handle in the end. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the agony, the Pope said calmly. Then, what about the threat of the supercluster? If the supercluster civilizations want to use the virtual mutiny virus technology, we'll announce it to the entire universe. This is the best reason for war. The supercluster civilizations don't care about the safety of the universe and attempt to use such a dangerous weapon. In order to maintain order, we have to purge them. This is an opportunity to directly use war to destroy all the supercluster civilizations. Although both sides will suffer great losses, nothing will be able to shake our rule in the future. After destroying the enemy, we'll have more than enough time to settle our internal affairs. Uranril pursed her lips and squeezed her voice out from between her teeth. Stability trumps everything. The ethereal Pope was indifferent. The bottom line is not to be challenged. The atmosphere was in a stalemate. It was common for the three parties to have different opinions in a joint meeting. Seeing the two opposing each other, Bada looked around with a strange expression. The Red Empire, which had always been radical, was shouting for stability today, and the Arcane Church, which was usually sneaky, had turned into a war fanatic. Bada only felt that the world was really strange. He suppressed his astonishment, coughed, and tried to smooth things over. The Pope is very courageous. Since the Empire ruler doesn't agree with the radical approach, perhaps we can change our approach. Let's say the Mecha Empire and Black Star succeed. We can compromise temporarily, but the condition is to let them deal with the supercluster civilizations. When both sides suffer great losses, we'll deal with both sides. You're taking it for granted. The Pope shook his head. If the Mechanic Emperor and the others obtain the technology, they will definitely understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. They will not eliminate another potential customer, or the chips in their hands will lose their greatest deterrent. Urinril said with a sullen expression, the direction is not clear now. Black Star has not agreed to join forces with the Mecha Empire. He is a sensible person, and I believe he will make a choice that is beneficial to the peace of the universe. The ethereal Pope said lightly, what if? Radiance once valued the Mecha Empire's allies too much, causing him to gradually lose control. With such a precedent, the Empire will not continue to choose to protect Black Star in order not to offend him, right? The general situation is still an ally, and you need to make a choice. Blindly pleasing them will only make them feel that you are weaker. Hearing this, Urinril closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them, and an indifferent light filled her eyes. When that time comes, I will naturally take countermeasures. For example, you don't need to worry about that, Your Excellency. On the other side, the confrontation on planet Magnetic Cloud was still ongoing. As Manason's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. They did not expect Manison to have the courage to hand over the virus core. Han Xiaoxin was also shocked. He was just testing the waters, and did not expect Manison to really agree. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but hesitate. He did not immediately respond, and his mind was racing. Manison wants to work with me not only to divert the conflict, but also because of my king's teleportation ability. Of all the people here, only I can easily take the virus core out of the sealed area. Old Manison is powerful, but there are so many experts here. He probably does not have much confidence in breaking out, so he wants me. Han Xiao frowned. This body was the Lord's avatar, and it was not equipped with the king. However, as long as he opened the Dimension Factory, he could summon a spare mech from it, so it was not a problem. Manison is killing two birds with one stone. If I agree to his conditions and leave with the virus core, I will immediately become the target of public criticism. Manison, on the other hand, threw the hot potato to me. There is no need to break out of the encirclement. Instead, he removed himself, making me bear the greatest dissatisfaction of the three universal civilizations. If I break the contract after getting the technology, not only will I have to bear the pressure alone, but I will also have to bear the consequences of breaking the contract. Not only will I offend Manison, my reputation among the beyond grade as will plummet. Therefore, he predicted that I would need to find a partner in order to divert the pressure. Old Manison believed that he would have an 80% chance of sharing the technology, so he was willing to take the risk. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Scheming against me again. What a dirty heart. The two of them did not talk privately but openly. Manison's intention was obvious, to divert the conflict. Everyone present understood this, but some were still anxious. Seeing that Han Xiao was about to be convinced, the person in charge of the dynasty saw that the situation was not good. He shouted, "Black Star, you have to think clearly about what you're doing." He could not help but be anxious. Although the fleet had activated the spacetime stabilization anchor, Black Star was the only one present who could teleport away without any restrictions. Although the two of them could run away, the temple could not. If the three universal civilizations did not retrieve the virus core on the spot and it was taken away, there would be endless trouble in the future. The few beyond Grade A mechanics changed their positions, vaguely separating Manison and Han Xiao. At this moment, Manison raised the virus core container, stared at Han Xiao, and spoke again. Black Star, I've always had high hopes for you. You should understand that this thing will be the amulet of the beyond grade as. We all have the same philosophy. Take it away, and our future is in your hands. Nonsense. Although you're the president of the association, you don't have the right to make such a decision on behalf of all the beyond grade as. No one needs you to arrange their future. Kant's body flashed, and he turned to Han Xiao. Black Star, don't be fooled by him. Secretly keeping the virus core will not give us any protection. It will only bring disaster. Han Xiaoxin was hesitant. His philosophy was still different from the Mecha empires. He wanted to intervene in the calamity of the supers and preserve more strength to deal with the future World Tree civilization. Manison wanted to strengthen the Beyond Grade as and make the entire Beyond Grade as his backing. Another reason why he wanted the domino virus technology was to make the other Beyond Grade as even more united by his side and follow his lead with the so-called safety guarantee. In his previous life, Manison had most likely intercepted the domino virus, but he did not use it in the World Tree Civilization War. His ambition was self-evident. When the explored universe was threatened by external enemies, he still did not reveal his trump card. Clearly, he planned to use it on the three universal civilizations. Han Xiao looked around and saw everyone's expressions. Was the domino virus really a protective talisman? Not necessarily. It might be a death omen. How could the three universal civilizations be willing to be controlled by others? If they used this bargaining chip to threaten the other party, what they would get would not be a compromise but the determination of the three universal civilizations to eliminate the enemy at all costs. Most of the time, the three universal civilizations would consider the big picture, but it did not mean that the other party would give in without limit. Only when their strength was equal could strategic deterrence weapons reach a balance. However, if one side had overwhelming strength, it was hard to imagine that they would allow an outsider to take a weapon that could threaten them. If he obtained the domino virus technology, as long as he went crazy, he would be able to cause huge damage to the entire universe, causing the galactic society to regress a few eras. Thus, he would feel that the three universal civilizations had to compromise to appease him. However, this was precisely the source of the three universal civilizations' determination to eliminate this threat. Even if he did not have any intention of causing trouble, people would change, and the three universal civilizations would not be willing to take such a risk. From Han Xiao's perspective, it did not seem like a big deal for the three universal civilizations to sit back and watch them obtain the domino virus technology. As long as everyone restrained themselves, it seemed like no one would lose out. It seemed like a small matter, and it would not be blown up. However, this was just his wishful thinking. The three universal civilizations had a bottom line. They could tolerate others being greedy, but they would not allow anyone to threaten their ruling position. In such a situation, as long as they ignored the warning and took away the virus core, no matter what they said afterward, the three universal civilizations would think that they had the intention to overthrow their rule or even replace it. If they really wanted to fall out, Han Xiao did not think that the other beyond grade as would be willing to stand on his side. He knew very well that everyone had their own plans. The so-called hundreds of people would respond to a single call was only because it suited the interests of most people. However, no one was prepared to fall out with the three universal civilizations now. When the time came, there would definitely be more people who would choose to protect themselves than those who would choose to walk the path of darkness. At that time, he and the Mecha Empire might be seen as the black sheep of the group, becoming heretics to be eliminated. Most of the time, only the side with more people could represent the class they belonged to. Furthermore, the impact of falling out with the three universal civilizations would be affected in many ways. The territory of the Black Star Core in the flickering world would be taken back, the civilizations would no longer provide any resource channels, The civil financial groups would collectively withdraw their investments and terminate their cooperation, the army's funds would be frozen, and they would not be able to buy or sell any resources through normal channels. Countless army soldiers would resign and leave, and the army's business would shrink on a large scale. As long as the three universal civilizations sent out a notice, this would be the result. All the benefits obtained from the advanced civilizations would disappear. They were all part of the Galactic Society. Those who were willing to stand on the side of the Black Star Corps against the three universal civilizations would definitely be in the minority. After all, most of them were just ordinary people. They should not be blamed for choosing to protect themselves. Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he stopped joking. "You're betting on us." "I'm just thinking about the big picture." Manason's tone was calm. Han Xiao was silent for a while before suddenly exploding. Hum. A wave of void energy suddenly erupted and swept out, covering the entire area. Everyone present felt that the space had become extremely stagnant like a swamp. Void prison. Because of the space-time stabilizing device, the strength, duration, and range of this ability were greatly reduced, but it was barely enough. In this domain, only Han Xiao's movements were not restricted. His body moved, passed through the encirclement around him, and instantly flew in front of Manison. He grabbed the virus core with one hand and immediately retreated to the side. Black Star. With the domain removed, everyone quickly surrounded Han Xiao. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and their eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions, such as anger, worry, anxiety, and so on. "Looks like you've thought it through. You're a smart person, so don't disappoint me." Outside the crowd, Manison stared at Han Xiao. "Black Star, don't do anything stupid." Shidrun and the other inspectors were shocked. Han Xiao ignored the others and looked at the virus core in his hand, gently stroking the container to confirm that it was the real thing. With so many beyond graders watching, there was no possibility of a switch going unnoticed. Fiddling with the virus core gave him the illusion that he was not holding a physical object, but the fate of countless people in this universe. The direction of the era might depend on his thoughts. This time, Han Xiao raised his head, met everyone's nervous gaze, and slowly spoke. "Before gambling, you have to see the risks first. Sorry, maybe I made a wrong decision. I just suddenly remembered that a woman once said something to me. She said, no matter how big the universe is, there will always be an end, but ambition is endless." The moment he said that, under everyone's shocked gazes, Han Xiao's mechanical force exploded and surged into the container. The mechanical force mixed with virtual soul attacks completely eliminated the virus core from the soul and physical level, turning it into nothingness. Kacha. His fingers crushed the metal shell, and the empty container turned into pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, the scene seemed to have frozen. Everyone present, including the leaders of the three universal civilizations who were watching the live broadcast, was stunned. Everyone had thought of many possibilities, but the current situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. Black Star destroyed the virus core? Crazy. Why would he do that? Even if you don't want it, don't destroy it. Manason's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling lightning, and terrifying energy surged like a tsunami. His deep voice reverberated between heaven and earth, word by word. "You. No. Do. You. Do. 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 What? Do. Do." Chapter 11:21. Lightning bolts danced in the air, and the violent energy wave was like a hurricane. The beyond grade A doppelgangers and mechanical army were all blown away. Han Xiao was blown away for a short distance, but he immediately stabilized himself and stared at the other party. Manison was surrounded by bright golden mechanical force arcs, releasing an extremely shocking aura. The peak beyond grade A energy was fully unleashed. Even though it was only a lord's avatar, Han Xiao still felt a heavy pressure. Manison's eyes were still locked on Han Xiao, and he repeated his previous question. "Do you know what you've done? Are you angry?" Han Xiao did not have any intention of explaining. "I'm very disappointed in you. Do you understand what kind of opportunity you've just ruined? What's the purpose of destroying the virus core? Destroying the intelligent plague is the goal of our trip. I'm just doing what I should do. Also, I told you on the first day we arrived that stopping the universe from becoming chaotic is the historical responsibility of our generation. You didn't seem to take it seriously. Man Ison floated in the air, and his tone was emotionless. It seems like I don't know you well enough. Many people can't even see themselves clearly. How many dare to say that they completely understand others? Mecha Empire, you might think that we're the same kind of people, but in reality, we're not. At this point, there's no point in saying more. When you let me down, you knew what would happen today. Manason's mechanical force suddenly soared into the sky, connecting to the mechanical troops deployed in outer space. His voice reverberated in the air. Let me see how much you've improved. As soon as he said that, the black mechanical army penetrated the atmosphere and shot out dense beams of light like a meteor shower, covering the area where Han Xiao was. Just what I wanted. Han Xiao punched the sky with his left fist. Light spread out, and an arc-shaped psionic shield appeared in the air. The dense rain-like beams of light hit the blue shield like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Along with the crackling sounds of explosions, balls of light lit up in the air. His mechanical force also rushed into the sky, grabbing the mechanical army on standby in outer space. The mechanical army moved instantly and broke through the atmosphere. Manason's troops immediately changed their target and exchanged fire with Han Xiao's troops in the sky. The crisscrossing beams reflected an unpredictable glow in the sky. Han Xiao and Manason's lord's avatars didn't stay idle either. They quickly closed the distance between them and collided. Bang! It was as if a comet had hit Earth, and a blue-gold circular shockwave exploded at the center of the impact. Immediately after, the two figures intersected hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, entangling each other as they rose into the air. Bang 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 bang, metal scraped against each other, and countless electric sparks flew. As the two of them clashed again and again, shock waves kept bursting out in the air. Just as the two of them were about to fight, the other Beyond Grade A clones all distanced themselves from the troops and ran to the side to watch, not getting involved. Seeing Black Star and the Mecha Empire fighting, everyone finally recovered from the shock of Han Xiao destroying the virus core. I really didn't expect Black Star would actually do this. Maximila was shocked. By doing this, he eliminated the possibility of any organization obtaining the complete technology of the virtual mutiny virus. Be it the three universal civilizations or us, no one will be able to recover this technology. Everyone will end up with nothing. He was too impulsive. Mornisa was a little dissatisfied. Impulsive? I think Black Star is the calmest guy among us, Sunhunter said. Sunhunter said in a deep voice, although he has cut off our hope of obtaining the virus technology by doing this, he has made a selfless choice in the grand scheme of things. Kant nodded and sighed. Speaking of which, we didn't lose out. The three universal civilizations didn't lose out. The only ones who lost out were Black Star and the Mecha Empire. The Mecha Empire was made a fool of, and their stance made the three universal civilizations wary. Black Star, on the other hand, gave up on this easy profit. If it were me, I wouldn't have destroyed it. I would have definitely negotiated with the three universal civilizations in exchange for a lot of benefits. However, Black Star was willing to give up this profit and chose to destroy the source of the disaster. This might be the most beneficial to the peace of the universe. I always thought that Black Star was just a person who chased after profits. I didn't expect him to do something like this. Maybe I was wrong. That's right. Judith sighed. It seems like our understanding of Black Star is very limited. He's not that greedy after all. Everyone had complicated feelings. At this moment, Black Star's image in their hearts was rapidly rising. They did not expect Black Star to make such a noble move. Even Jackanets and the others, who had grudges with him in the past, had to admit that they had a higher opinion of Black Star. Although they felt that it was a pity that they had lost the hope of restoring the virus technology, they did not feel too disappointed. Instead, they felt relieved and could accept this result. In fact, they had a vague worry. If the three universal civilizations obtained the virtual mutiny virus, what would they do if they turned against them in the future? Everyone present was a mechanic. The virtual mutiny virus was the most lethal to them. Furthermore, if this weapon was used again in the future, it would be a heavy blow to the machinery industry in the universe. Their business would also enter a cold winter. In comparison, destroying the virus core was not a bad choice. From this point of view, most of the people present did not object to Han Xiao's decision. They even thought that this was a compromise that was also beneficial to the Beyond Grade as. They just did not know if Black Star had considered this when he made this decision. Then, what do we do now? A neutral Beyond Grade A stared at the battle between the two and asked, are we going to interfere? Black Star and the Mecha Empire have a deep conflict. They're the president and vice president of the Development Union, respectively. This is a conflict of paths. Let's wait and see. As Kant spoke, he suddenly paused. The dynasty's fleet seems to have turned off the space-time stabilization anchor. After fighting for a while, Han Xiao and Man Ison sensed that the space-time stabilization anchor had been turned off. They suddenly separated and faced each other in the sky. Their mechanical armies stopped fighting and returned to their sides, protecting their respective lords' avatars. Your strength is improving very quickly, Man Ison said calmly. However, if you don't burn your potential, you're not my match. We'll know after we try. Han Xiao replied casually, maintaining his focus. His fighting spirit was high. After the investiture of the gods, the outside world believed that Black Star had two modes. One was the normal mode, and the other was the explosive mode where he burned his potential. Han Xiao did not burn his potential at this time. He had obtained Machinery Great Sage and the bonuses of multiple gods' trait transformations, as well as several powerful talents that he had obtained during the rescue of Hela. Under normal circumstances, his strength was already very impressive, enough to wrestle with Man Ison. However, it was undeniable that old Man Ison was still better in terms of mechanic class abilities. The Mecha Empire's level and gods' trait transformations were higher, and they had more mechanic skills and talents. The quality and quantity of his mechanical army was currently inferior to the Mecha Empire's. Han Xiao had the intention of challenging Man Ison, but because both of them were clones, he would not use his character summon card right away. After all, both of them were army-style mechanics. If they fought, it would be a competition of strength, and the victor would not be decided in a short time. From the previous exchange, he realized that Man Ison's clones were not easy to deal with. The other party had taken defensive measures against him. His armor and shield were very thick, and his close combat skills were very good. Those who had lived for a long time were indeed talented. Old Man Ison was a pinnacle Beyond Grade A mechanic, so he would not be that weak. Furthermore, to a mechanic, it was normal for their lord's avatar to be stronger than their main body. Only Han Xiao was an exception. This time, Man Ison spoke again with a rare coldness in his voice. I haven't used this move in a long time. Black Star, you're worthy of me using my true abilities. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand. The secondary dimensional army box suddenly opened beside him, and an endless mechanical army instantly appeared, covering the sky. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Han Xiao immediately saw through the Mecha Empire's plan. Not to be outdone, he also opened his secondary dimensional army box. Countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out and surrounded him. The size of their mechanical armies continued to increase, and very soon, they filled the sky. On one side was the black mass of Black Star's mechanical army, and on the other side was the white mass of the Mecha Empire's mechanical army. The two sides faced each other from afar, separated by a thin line. This time, a portion of the mechanical army gathered toward their respective clones, quickly forming a huge mechanical construct. Boom! The next moment, two enormous mechanical deities, one black and one silver, suddenly appeared in the world. The black mechanical deity held a long black saber and wore a large robe. Its entire body was covered in a blue psionic light. The silver mechanical deity held a silver-purple trident and wore a cape armor. Its entire body was surrounded by golden electric arcs. The two mechanical deities faced each other, and countless mechanical soldiers surrounded them like a fleet of aircraft carriers. Mecha Empire, Black Star. The sound waves swept across the entire planet. The long saber slashed down, and the trident pierced forward. The two mechanical deities waved their weapons at the same time. Their huge bodies seemed to move slowly, but their actual movements were so fast that it distorted one's sense of time. The long saber slashed at the side of the trident, and the two universal treasures blocked each other. Clang! The roaring sound of metal clashing seemed to ring in everyone's soul, causing them to tremble in fear. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light appeared at the point of collision and suddenly bloomed, turning into a silver-white lightning bolt that extended infinitely toward both ends. At first glance, it looked like a glowing slash, leaving a burning mark on the retina of countless people. It was as if it had cut open the curtain with the dark universe as the background. At the same time, in the machinery faith settlement on the surface, be it the priests or the ordinary believers, everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the sky, watching the earth-shattering divine battle between the two gods. Seeing Black Star swinging his saber at the publicly recognized main god of the machinery faith, every believer of the machinery faith was shocked. Seeing the two mechanical deities that they worshipped fight with their own eyes, only one sentence could describe their current feelings. Wife, come out and see God. At the same time, in the outer space of planet Magnetic Cloud, the main ship of the Red Empire. The commander, who had just gone out to answer an emergency message, hurried back to the bridge command room, came to the piloting team's side, and loudly ordered, "The ruler has ordered us to enter the battle immediately. All hands, fire." The piloting team members were staring blankly at the battle between the two mechanical giants outside the porthole, as well as the crazily rising energy readings on the radar. When they heard the commander's order, they all shivered and subconsciously asked, "Who should we help?" Pa. The commander raised his hand and slapped the back of the person who asked the question. "Are you AF** King Idiot? The one who helps the underworld?" Chapter 1122. The aftermath of the collision between the two mechanical deities stirred up the planet's atmosphere, forming a huge vortex. The silver lightning created by the clash of weapons distorted the perception of the witnesses. The mechanical force was like a neural network, spreading all over the body of the mechanical deity, making the huge mechanical construct like a physical body. The celestial punishment edge clashed with the Mecha Empire's trident time and time again, setting off visible energy shockwaves that swept across the sky of the planet, stirring up endless gales. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the machinery faith settlement under the shield seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The body of the mechanical deity was too large and could not be fully utilized on the planet. The two of them fought and rose into the sky, leaving the atmosphere of planet Magnetic Cloud and turning outer space into a battlefield. Their secondary dimensional army boxes were still sending out troops, and countless mechanical troops that looked like aircraft carriers were killing each other. The scale of the battle kept expanding. Clang! The silver-purple trident stabbed straight at him, and Han Xiao blocked it with his blade. The powerful psionic impact of the trident stimulated a large area of electric arcs on his shield, flashing non-stop. Celestial punishment edge? That's a weapon I eliminated long ago. In the public channel, Manason's voice sounded. That depends on who's using the weapon. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he twisted the handle of the blade. With a flash of energy, he pushed the trident away with force. However, the trident suddenly vibrated and created after-images. With the help of the force field, the rebounding force was converted into a driving force. The trident blade was only halfway there when it immediately stopped, changed direction, and slashed again at an even faster speed. This time, the force was even stronger, and it was impossible to shake it off. Han Xiao took a defensive stance, defending against Manason's dense attacks while analyzing the current situation. My celestial punishment edge blueprint came from the Radiant Federation, so the Mecha Empire should know the characteristics of this weapon very well. However, my understanding of the weapon in his hands is limited, so I need to focus on defense for now and test more. The lethality of universal treasure-level weapons far exceeded that of ordinary equipment, so the two mechanical deities chose to engage in close combat at the same time. This was the only way to break through the other party's thick shield with half the effort. Old Man Ison was very wealthy. Han Xiao did not know if he had any Space Wonder type treasures, but he definitely did not lack universal treasure-level mechanical weapons, and his equipment was definitely better than his own. This trident and the cloak he was wearing were both universal treasures, and there was no telling how many weapons Man Ison had yet to reveal. Bringing out the mechanical deity meant that Man Ison was finally going all out. Han Xiao did not doubt his opponent's endurance at all. If he could not use the mechanical deity for a long time, he would not have been able to use such a big move right off the bat. Both the Mecha Empire and I are here in our avatars. Both sides have mechanical deities, so it's impossible to destroy each other's avatars easily. Thus, it will become a war of attrition, using time to wear each other down. With that in mind, Han Xiao glanced at the interface. Just as the two of them were rolling up their sleeves, a new mission was triggered on the interface. Mecha Empire Man Ison, Mechanical Deity Battle. The mode was the same as the other missions to challenge beyond grade as long as he could hold on for a period of time, the mission would be completed. The reward was the same as before, a character summon card and an ability. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. With the 3 universal civilizations and so many beyond grade as watching, the impact of this battle would definitely not be small. There was an 80% chance that a mission would be triggered. Furthermore, the two of them would not be able to determine the winner in a short time, so completing the mission was basically a done deal. Last time, it was just a virtual battle. This time, I'll meet him in real life. I can finally see what Man Ison looks like when he goes all out. Just as he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly felt his strength disappear. Man Ison suddenly stopped his combo, retreated, and made a charging posture. The trident was placed beside him, and the blade of the trident spun rapidly like a drill. The golden mechanical force arc was highly compressed at the tip of the trident, flickering with a dazzling light like a small sun. As the trident spun, rings of surging psionic energy wrapped around it, looking like a whirlpool of blue water. Han Xiaoxin immediately felt a sense of danger. The mechanical troops under his command all fired at Man Ison. However, layers of diamond-shaped psionic shields appeared on the surface of the mechanical deity. The shields were extremely thick and blocked all the focused fire of the mechanical troops. Whoosh! Man Ison only charged for an instant. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, and he instantly accelerated. The shining trident pierced out at an extremely fast speed, as though it had turned into a golden and blue ray of light. Han Xiao blocked with his blade and raised the Emperor's cape to form a strong shield. Ka. The trident was blocked by the blade of the celestial punishment edge. However, this beam of bluish-gold light was not weakened at all. It shot out from the main blade of the trident, piercing through the shield of the Emperor's cape and hitting the abdomen of the mechanical deity. Swoosh! The beam of light instantly pierced through the body, disappearing at the end of his vision. It left a huge hole in the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical deity, penetrating from the front to the back. The parts of this body were all annihilated into molecular-level powder, and the edge of the wound was a blazing red trace of melting. What a strong penetrative power! Han Xiaoxin's head shook, and he quickly judged. In terms of power alone, this trident was stronger than the celestial punishment edge. Not only because of the blueprint itself, but also because the quality of the products of the Mecha Empire was higher, and the mechanical force bonus was stronger. With a thought, some of the mechanical soldiers around him stopped fighting with the Mecha Empire troops, turned around, and flew over, turning into parts to fill up the gap in the mechanical deity. The mechanical deity itself was a construct made up of a large number of machines, so it did not have any fatal injuries. As long as it had enough mana and mechanical troops, it could continuously recover. Just as Man Ison was about to follow up with another attack, the situation suddenly changed. Dense dark energy beams shot out from the side and blasted between Man Ison's troops, causing the shields of countless mechanical soldiers to flicker non-stop. Their formation was instantly thrown into chaos. The two of them paused at the same time, looking at the source of the attack. The third party was the Red Empire fleet, and countless shipborne weapons were firing non-stop, covering the entire area of the Mecha Empire troops. The dynasty came to help. Han Xiaoxin's head twitched, but he was not surprised. With the Mechanic Emperor as an example, destroying the virus core was a good deed in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, and their image was greatly improved. Although they would not be able to obtain the virus technology, this was a result that everyone could accept. Under such circumstances, seeing that he had become enemies with the Mecha Empire, the dynasty naturally had to express their stance. Logically speaking, they could not sit by and watch an ally who had just completed a great feat of bringing peace to the universe fight alone. Therefore, the probability of them intervening in the battle was more than 90%. The attitude of the other two civilizations was very ambiguous. They were watching the show from the side, with no intention of interfering. The upper echelons of Radiance were not ignorant of Manason's stance and attitude, but openly expressing it was different. After Manason had just shown his intention of hiding the virus and going against the three universal civilizations, Radiance could not possibly provide protection at this time. Therefore, they simply watched the dynasty attack their ally and did nothing. As for Ethereal, it was even more indifferent, happily watching from the side. The troops of the three universal civilizations stationed at the trap nodes were mainly to prevent the Beyond Grade as from taking away the virus, so they naturally had combat power. Although the space-time stabilizing anchor had been unlocked, allowing the mechanics to summon a large number of troops, and only the dynasty was attacking, Manason could not ignore their existence. They still had the ability to restrain them. Annoying fellow. Manason pointed his trident, and the mechanical army that surged out of the secondary dimensional army box immediately split into two. One stayed behind to fight Han Xiao, while the other formed a formation and went to fight the dynasty's fleet. Army-style mechanics were the most suitable supers for galactic warfare. If it were any other class, they would definitely be restrained by the fleet. However, mechanics only needed to send out a portion of their soldiers to fight on their own to minimize the interference of the fleet. In order to cause considerable interference to the Mecha Empire, the size of the participating fleet would have to be at least 100 times larger. Han Xiao took advantage of the short opportunity created by the dynasty to repair the damage to his mechanical deity. This time, Manason retracted his gaze and looked at Han Xiao. Black Star, you seem to have improved again. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. The more battles you experience, the faster you grow. Is this the source of your confidence? Have you not fought for so long that you forgot that talking is giving the enemy a chance? Han Xiao did not hesitate, and the celestial punishment edge slashed out. Psionic energy gathered into a cold blue blade of light, slashing toward Manason's body. The highly condensed energy had a solid texture, like a bright half-moon sapphire. Manason did not move at all. The universal treasure level cape on his body suddenly shook, and a spherical white shield that covered his entire body popped out. It had a hazy texture, like a cloud of flowing white smoke, like a bubble filled with smoke. The slash from the celestial punishment edge hit the white shield, and the white smoke on the surface of the shield suddenly accelerated, turning into whirlpool-like patterns. The sapphire blade of light stopped in midair and suddenly shattered inch by inch, turning into specks of light that filled the sky. The next moment, these energy specks of light seemed to be attracted and were all absorbed by the shield. The white shield was instantly stained with blue radiance. Then, the shield that had already changed color suddenly returned to the armor on the mechanical deity with the absorbed energy. The absorbed attack was turned into nourishment, replenishing the energy consumed by the mechanical deity. Absorbing damage and replenishing energy. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. I've always been very interested in your indestructible body. There are many spells and esper abilities with similar functions in the universe, but none of them can reach the level of your indestructible body. Therefore, I specially conducted some research, deducing your battle recordings, figuring out the principles of your abilities, and finally created this universal treasure equipment specifically for the mechanical deity, imitating part of your abilities. Manason flicked the mechanical armor on his body and said calmly, "Now, it looks like the actual combat effect is pretty good." Han Xiao was a little annoyed, secretly envious. The Mecha Empire could develop their own universal treasures, unlike me, who had no clue at all before I obtained awakening points. Creating what you lack, this is the style of a proper mechanic. At this time, Manison slowly said, "Young master, you're still too young. Blackstar, you're still too young. I've seen many talented mechanics. Before they were taught a lesson, they always thought that their talent could make up for their lack of foundation. I've taught many people this lesson before, and now, I'll teach you a lesson as well. A mechanic needs to settle down and accumulate. Time is the source of our power." His voice was still echoing in the public channel when, at the same time, a different army suddenly surged out of Manison's secondary dimensional army box. This special army had many different individuals. Some were special mechanical soldiers with luxurious equipment, and some were glowing energy life forms. The combat power of each individual was astonishing, and they charged into the battlefield without fear of death, constantly wiping out the mechanical army under Han Xiao. When these individuals were killed or destroyed, there was no need to use abilities like waste modification. Their bodies would automatically regenerate on the spot and enter the battle again, and their strength would not decrease at all. When this army joined the battle, it instantly turned the situation of the mechanical army upside down, obtaining an absolute advantage. Han Xiao's pupils constricted, and he recognized the origin of this army. Manison's trump card army, the indestructible Mecha Empire. Before he could take a closer look, Manison's apostle weapons led the army of the mechanical civilization and suddenly arrived, slaughtering their way into the battlefield from another direction, causing huge casualties to Han Xiao's army. Han Xiao almost sucked in a breath of cold air. With a rough glance, he estimated that there were about 40 to 50 apostle weapons present. This meant that Manison's apostle life creation ability had at least broken through the upper limit, reaching 40 to 50 level. In this wave of soldiers, Manison's army had already accounted for 70% of the total, and all of them had received mechanical force bonuses. The Mecha Empire was still able to handle it with ease, and the mechanical force sputtering was terrifyingly large. Assuming that Han Xiao's 1 point of mechanical force could add 10 machines, Manison's 1 point of mechanical force could add more than 25 machines. What caused this difference was not only the strength of talents, abilities, and attributes but also the difference in equipment. Han Xiao saw with his own eyes that Manison pulled out another 4 universal treasures specifically for the mechanical deity from the secondary dimensional army box. The equipment types were different, and not only did the mechanical deity's body expand to the teeth, but after using these universal treasures, Manison's mechanical force strength had an obvious increase. Some class-specific universal treasures had a certain enhancement effect on the user. For example, Han Xiao's King could provide additional machinery affinity bonuses. Manison's equipment was the same, increasing his mechanical force and body in all aspects. At the same time, Han Xiao sensed that the virtual world was being invaded. Manison summoned the ancestor of the AI civilization, Finet, and had it lead a large group of AI lifeforms to invade the virtual world, starting a tug-of-war with Han Xiao in the virtual world, fighting for control of the mechanical army. Old thing, your methods are really flashy. Just as this thought appeared in Han Xiao's mind, his vision blurred. He saw Manison's 6 god-equipped mechanical deity increase in speed, and the halberd slashed down, drawing a golden arc in the air. He hurriedly raised his blade to block, and the shockwave penetrated his body, exploding in his ears. Clang! The terrifying force transmitted through his arms, and countless built-in shock absorbers were instantly destroyed. Large areas of the outer armor cracked, and cracks appeared on Han Xiao's mechanical deity. If not for the machinery control master he pulled out from Jaconets and the 35% increase in mechanical armor efficiency, Han Xiao suspected that the arms of the mechanical deity would have been shattered into pieces by Manison's halberd. This time, Manison did not stop moving. Taking advantage of Han Xiao's momentary stiffness, the universal treasure-level wing-mounted planetary obliteration rapid-fire cannon that he had just equipped automatically aimed and shot out thick psionic beams with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Boom! Han Xiao was blown away by the series of planetary obliteration cannons, and his shield was shattered on a large scale under the continuous bombardment. Manison followed closely behind like a shadow. The trident spun rapidly, and the blade of the trident created waves of light that slashed across the mechanical deity, cutting off pieces of its body. The Mecha Empire went all out, unleashing their full strength on the mechanical deity, mechanical army, and virtual battlefield. Seeing this, the surrounding beyond grade mechanical avatars avoided the shockwaves and felt the power of the Mecha Empire filling the battlefield. They all chatted softly in the channel. It's been a long time since I saw the Mecha Empire go all out. It's still so terrifying. Can't thought of some bad memories. The Mecha Empire is still the same Mecha Empire, Sun Hunter said in a low voice. Mechanical catastrophe, Francisco shook his head. Different from the siege in the flickering world, this is a battle between two peak mechanics. Black Star is completely suppressed. He's in trouble. Luckily, it's only an avatar. Han Xiao, who was doing his old job of taking a beating, naturally did not know about the discussions of the bystanders. He tried his best to defend against Manison's frenzied attacks and secretly gritted his teeth. F***ck, this old man is really good at fighting. You're forcing me to go all out. Chapter 11:23. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. Manison went all out, and with his rich foundation, he quickly gained an absolute advantage and suppressed Black Star. This scene was also seen by the machinery faith believers on the surface of planet Magnetic Cloud. I'm not dreaming, am I? To think that I'll be able to see two mechanical deities descend in my lifetime. Quick, record this. God knows how long it has been since the last time the Mecha Empire went all out. This is precious first-hand footage. Why are the two of them fighting? Looks like a challenge. Black Star's situation doesn't look good. The Mechanic Emperor is the Mechanic Emperor after all. He has been a Lord God for hundreds of years. Black Star is still too young. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. How can the current him be a match for the Mechanic Emperor? Some time ago, Black Star achieved a historical battle record. I thought that he was already on the same level as the Mecha Empire. Now, it seems like his accumulation is still a little lacking. The machinery faith believers were extremely excited. As fans of the top mechanics, they were very familiar with the experiences of the various peak beyond grade as. Although they did not know why the two of them were fighting, it did not stop them from discussing excitedly. The settlement was threatened by the aftermath of the battle, but not many believers were willing to leave. The way they saw it, as long as they could watch the battle of the mechanical deities with their own eyes, taking some risks was nothing. If not for the fact that the ground was not high enough, they would have wanted to get closer. On the top floor of the Machinery Faith Temple, many priests looked at the remote detection screen in front of them. On it was the image of Han Xiao and Manison in outer space. The two gods have moved away from the battlefield, but the settlement is still in danger. Grand Priest, should we organize the believers to evacuate? A priest asked softly. The Grand Priest stared at the screen closely, afraid that he would miss a second of the image. He was so engrossed in it that he did not even turn his head. Wait, let me watch for a while more. Although I don't know why they're fighting, the result should not be surprising. Both sides are here with their avatars. In terms of mechanical ability, Black Star is weaker than the Mecha Empire. It seems so. The priests nodded. Most of them thought so after watching the battle for a while. However, no one would be disappointed because in the eyes of the machinery faith, this was a normal situation. The result should have been like this. However, at this time, the battle situation suddenly changed. The energy reading at the edge of the screen suddenly soared. The Grand Priest was stunned. Black Star's energy fluctuation suddenly became stronger. At the same time, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of the battle between the two of them. The flashing lights on the screen illuminated the faces of the three of them. Your Excellency, Black Star doesn't seem to be in a good situation. The Pope turned to look at Uranrel. That's expected. Uranril's face was calm. We've always hoped that Black Star would not clash with the Mecha Empire. He has amazing potential and needs more time to settle down. Even if his growth exceeds expectations time and time again, it's still too early for him to fight the Mecha Empire head-on. However, the first to deactivate the space-time stabilization anchor array was the dynasty's fleet. It seems like you want them to fight with all their might, the ethereal Pope said with a playful tone. You've misunderstood. Since the virus has been dealt with, of course, we should deactivate the seal. We can't keep the avatars of these mechanics around. We deactivated the seal in hopes that the Mecha Empire would leave, but it seems like they want to show off their strength in front of us, Uranril said with a deep voice. Uranril did know that Black Star could ignore the seal and teleport away. However, in her opinion, Black Star did not do anything wrong. Destroying the virus core was beneficial to the peace of the universe. Why should their allies run away? If anyone was to leave, it should be the Mecha Empire. It's understandable. After showing such a stance and being tricked by Black Star, the Mecha Empire has to do something. The ethereal Pope glanced at Badr. Badr stared at the screen without blinking, implying that they could talk about their own matters and treat him as the background. Seeing this, the ethereal Pope knew that Badr was not in the mood to talk about the Mecha Empire, so he retracted his gaze and continued. Black Star is no match for the Mecha Empire. He will most likely lose. We don't want Black Star to have any conflicts with the Mecha Empire, but since they have, the Empire will naturally support Black Star to the end. There's no need to back down. Uranril's tone was decisive. In terms of standpoint, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were all on Han Xiao's side, but they did not deny the fact that the Mecha Empire was stronger. Furthermore, that was only one of Black Star avatars. Losing to the Mecha Empire was not something unacceptable. After all, Black Star's age was only a fraction of the Mecha Empire's age. His future was promising. Just as the three of them were thinking about this, the situation on the battlefield changed. Han Xiao's energy reading suddenly soared to a shocking level. The three of them were all stunned. Black Star switched modes. He's burning his potential again. Badr was shocked. The ethereal Pope was speechless. He's still too impulsive. Is there a need to go so far? It was not a secret that Black Star had two modes. The normal mode could not beat the Mecha Empire. This was an objective fact in the hearts of the three of them. However, the three of them were clear that Black Star's explosive mode was the peak of his combat strength. Black Star had used his explosive mode to achieve godlike results that shocked the entire galaxy. Whether Black Star in this mode could match the Mecha Empire or not, the three of them could not be sure. Uranril's expression was not too good. Black Star's actions had once again exceeded her expectations. He could have grown steadily through normal development, but he had to burn his potential. She could not understand this. Furthermore, didn't he do it once before? Why would he do it again? How much potential do you have to waste? Black Star was the dynasty's ally that she had high hopes for, and the stance he displayed was in line with the need for universal peace. Black Star's loss of potential was also a loss for the dynasty in her eyes. In her rational judgment, this was undoubtedly a huge loss. However, logically speaking, she somewhat admired Black Star's unyielding attitude. Han Xiao's decision did not betray her trust. She now found Han Xiao pleasing no matter how she looked at him. Clang! The trident cut open the shield of the Emperor's robe and slammed heavily into the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical deity, cutting off a large part. The body of the mechanical deity was already full of wounds, and there were holes everywhere. The surrounding mechanical troops wanted to come over to repair the wounds, but they were all blocked by the Mecha Empire's troops. They could not break through the blockade of the Mecha Empire's troops, mechanical life troops, and dozens of apostle weapons. It was difficult to even get close to Han Xiao. The performance of his mechanical troops was suppressed by the Mecha Empire in almost all aspects. Only their attack power surpassed the Mecha Empire's troops. At the very least, the true damage of his molding talent, legendary battle technique, was not to be trifled with. It was just that most of the damage was absorbed by the Mecha Empire's troops. The enemy was not afraid of destruction and continued to charge forward without fear of death. The legend of the indestructible body had already spread throughout the galaxy. Man Ison did not have any thoughts about Han Xiao's Lord's avatar. All of his attacks were focused on the unimportant parts, as if he wanted to slice the mechanical deity alive. His priority was to maximize the damage to Han Xiao's mechanical troops. At this moment, Han Xiao was in dire straits, and it was very difficult for him to resist. Thoughts flew through his mind. If this continues, my mechanical deity will be cut down piece by piece. The Mecha Empire will take the lead. If I let him continue to attack so recklessly, it will greatly exhaust my mechanical troops. I have to get out of this passive situation. With so many universal treasures, Manason's combat strength had increased by another level. He did not have that much wealth. If he wanted to make up for this gap, he could only think of ways to increase his attributes, especially his intelligence. This was the core attribute that affected his mechanical abilities. Han Xiao quickly opened the interface and took a look. The three universal civilizations had spent more than a month preparing for this operation, and he had accumulated an extra month's worth of experience. Originally, he wanted to hoard it to level up, but plans could not keep up with changes. He now needed to urgently convert it into combat strength. Without hesitation, Han Xiao took out most of his experience and large-scale upgrade blueprints in exchange for awakening points. The experience he had accumulated so far was not enough to exchange for 100 awakening points, which did not meet the requirements for a unique talent. However, Han Xiao was not trying to create a unique talent. He exchanged all the awakening points he had obtained into free attribute points and threw them into intelligence. His intelligence increased by more than 8,000 points. He had also accumulated more than 4,000 free attribute points. He took out more than 1,000 points and threw them into endurance, pushing it to the threshold of 15,000 points. The remaining 2,000 points were also added to intelligence. With the two added together, his intelligence increased by more than 10,000 points, instantly breaking through the 30,000 mark and approaching 40,000. This was the first time in history that he had increased his stats by such a large margin. After completing this satisfying step, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly activated the character summon card. Mecha Empire Summon Card, the Ancient One. Effect, plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 to all skill levels. Duration, 24 hours. Nero Summon Card, Perfect Mechanical Sense. Effect, plus 1. 4x Machinery Affinity. Grade of all mechanical creations affected by the mechanical force bonus will temporarily increase by 1 to 2. Rare grade cannot exceed pink grade, plus 4 to all mechanic skill level. This time, Han Xiao did not stop. He immediately activated Polar Channel Flowblood Rage, and his HP rapidly decreased. At the same time, the additional effect of Advanced Strengthening Life was activated. For every 40% HP lost, all attributes would temporarily increase by 10%. Since Man Ison is not attacking me, I will attack myself. There was also One Against the World, which increased all attributes by 11%, Battlefield Wisdom, which increased intelligence by 15%, and so on. Han Xiao added all of them. Old Man Ison is rich. What is there to be afraid of? You know how to spend money, and I know how to cheat. Let's split the limelight. This wave of bonuses instantly took effect. A powerful force surged throughout his body, and the energy wave emitted by Han Xiao suddenly became stronger. Man Ison sharply sensed the change in Han Xiao's aura and was shocked. Before he could finish, Han Xiao changed from defense to offense. He blocked the trident with his elbow and slashed down with the celestial punishment edge. A cluster of compressed psionic energy wrapped around the blade, drawing a blue trajectory. Swoosh! The power of this slash was off the charts. It exceeded the limit of Han Xiao's energy shield and broke through the defense. The heavy blade pressed down on the trident and embedded itself into Manason's universal treasure level battle armor. The next moment, the psionic energy around the blade caused a violent explosion. Manason's attack was interrupted, and the huge body of the mechanical deity was sent flying. There was a huge wound on the chest of the battle armor, and around it were marks of annihilation left by the psionic energy explosion. A large portion of the outer armor was torn apart and corroded, leaving behind many holes. This was the first time Manison had been pushed back since the start of the battle. The one-sided battle was instantly turned around by Han Xiao. "Take a few more slashes of mine." Han Xiao followed up with another slash, seizing the rhythm of the battle. The combat strength of the mechanical deity increased in all aspects, and the gap between the two sides shortened instantly. Han Xiao was no longer suppressed by Manison like before. The increase in mechanical force strength was also reflected in the mechanical soldiers around him. The combat strength of Black Star's mechanical army increased greatly, and they successfully broke through the blockade of the Mecha Empire's troops. They approached Han Xiao one after another, turning into parts to repair the damage of the Mecha Empire's mechanical deity. At the same time, they caused more casualties to the Mecha Empire's troops. Manison steadied himself and swung his trident to fight back and forth with Han Xiao. At the same time, he spoke in the wide area channel with a hint of surprise in his tone. "You burned your potential again. Think what you want. How does this slash taste?" Han Xiao chuckled. "You're wasting your talent." Manison's tone turned cold. He originally planned to teach Han Xiao a lesson, but he did not expect Han Xiao to directly burn his potential. Burning his future potential just to fight a battle with an avatar was an extremely stupid move in Manison's eyes. Even if this battle concerned the right to speak, prestige, and other factors, he still felt that it was a losing deal. He was very confused about this. Perhaps the two of them had different ideals, but he did not feel that Black Star was such an impulsive person. He had no way of knowing what Han Xiao was thinking. Since Black Star was willing to waste his potential, Manison was also happy to see it happen. After all, they were competitors, and he felt that he would not lose out. However, although he scoffed at Han Xiao's actions, he had to admit that Han Xiao's combat strength was extremely shocking. It made up for a huge gap in strength and immediately turned the tables. If he did not give it his all, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Manison had a feeling that Han Xiao's combat strength this time seemed to have increased even more than the first time. This discovery surprised him greatly. What kind of joke is this? Burning potential is getting more and more familiar with it. Also, is the polar channel style so powerful? Why don't I know about it? What brand is Black Star's ability? It's so effective. Why haven't I heard of it before? Feeling Han Xiao's sudden increase in strength, Manison was shocked. Chapter 1124. The flames of war burned fiercely outside the atmosphere of planet Magnetic Cloud. The two mechanical deities, one black and one white, fought back and forth. Their weapons clashed, creating shockwaves that covered an astonishing area. Psionic energy collided with psionic energy, metal colliding with metal. The mechanical army around them was like a flock of crows, fighting crazily and tirelessly. Molten metal streams that were melted by high-energy rays constantly shot out from the battlefield, rapidly cooling and condensing into irregularly shaped metal pieces. Some fell to the surface of the planet, and some turned into space junk and moved around the orbit of planet Magnetic Cloud. This scene was like two powerful gods leading their respective servant armies to engage in a battle of gods in the universe. Han Xiao's burst of power had an extremely significant boost to his combat strength. His intelligence had increased by 2/5, and his machinery affinity had also increased greatly. The 20% intelligence bonus brought by the Ancient Ones character summon card was even more effective. According to his calculations, investing more than 10,000 attribute points into intelligence had strengthened his mechanical abilities far more than during the rescue of Hela. It could be said that Han Xiao's current state was at his peak. Because he did not have the time to familiarize himself with the sudden increase in strength, his control over his strength was not as precise. However, this gave birth to a strong sense of confidence. As the saying went, do it in one go. While the feeling of strength filled his body, he decided to use a wide range of attacks. The saber light rolled, and the celestial punishment edge spun in his hand as if it was flying. Every chop was powerful and heavy, pressing forward with an indomitable will. He really had the style of Guan Yu, going all out to kill. The sudden increase in mechanical force controlled his body, and the movements of the mechanical deity became more agile. The power of the celestial punishment edge increased greatly in his hands, breaking through the upper limit of the white shield time and time again. The horizontal slashes left hideous holes in the opponent's mechanical body. Although Manison was surprised by Han Xiao's explosive combat strength, it did not affect his performance. With the enhancement of the six-god equipment, the trident continued to counterattack, poking holes of various sizes on the body of Han Xiao's mechanical deity. Both sides were injured, and they were evenly matched. The two figures that traversed through the starry sky were moving around in the universe battlefield. The glaive and trident clashed dozens of times in an instant, causing sparks to fly in all directions. It looked like a simple melee brawl, but in fact, their attacks were mixed with a lot of advanced weapon technology. Force fields, electromagnetism, energy conversion, and so on were endless. Not only were there attacks, but there were also countless control-type mechanical equipment constantly taking effect. All sorts of invisible force fields and radiation constantly shrouded the opponent's massive body, restricting his movements like a spider web. At the same time, the two parties maintained the long-range bombardment all the time. Countless muzzles appeared on the surface of their bodies, spurting out high-energy light beams like a storm. The electric arcs exploded and flickered non-stop under the bombardment of each other's shields like clusters of fireworks. On the other side, the mechanical army fought while pouring firepower at the enemy behemoth. The colorful laser beams formed a grid-like light curtain, and the cannon fire turned into large pieces of light after hitting the shield. It was as if there was hazy light dust floating in the battlefield. The scene was beautiful, but it was filled with destructive energy. The dozens of apostle weapons of the Mecha Empire were very strong, and they had a huge advantage in the army battlefield. Han Xiao was tied down by Manison, so he could only pull out troops from the secondary dimensional army box one after another to make up for the gap between the high-level combatants. The battle in the battlefield was intense. A large number of machines were turned into scrap every second, and countless parts were reassembled under the guidance of the ubiquitous mechanical force, continuing to be used in the battle. Under the spectating gazes of countless people that were filled with excitement and shock, the two of them fought fiercely in the starry sky for a long time, and they were locked in battle. Swoosh! The saber light condensed, and the celestial punishment edge swept across, slashing into Manison's neck. It cut 3/4 of the way in, almost beheading his opponent. The trident pierced through Han Xiao's head, and countless broken mechanical parts flew everywhere. The two mechanical deities did not seem to notice their injuries. They raised their hands to grab the weapons stuck in their bodies and pulled them apart. Then, they raised their legs at the same time and kicked the other party's crotch. Their synchronization rate was at least 90%. The huge force caused a white noise-like energy reaction on the shields of the two of them, and they both flew backward. While retreating, both of them threw out the weapons in their hands at the same time. The two huge weapons pierced through the air like two mountains flying across the sky. They collided with each other midway and bounced off at the same time. The trident rolled and fell toward the surface of the planet, slamming into the wilderness with a loud boom, leaving a deep outline on the ground. The celestial punishment edge, on the other hand, smashed into the battlefield of the mechanical army, crushing countless mechanical soldiers regardless of whether they were friend or foe. At this time, Manison's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Han Xiao, and a clear light flashed from his waist. A silver dagger was unsheathed, drawing an arc diagonally from bottom to top. The dagger swept past Han Xiao's back, instantly cutting the mechanical deity in half. The cross-section was extremely smooth. Han Xiao reacted quickly and immediately turned around. His arm wrapped in psionic energy and force field was swung out like a whip, breaking the shield and triggering a large number of electric arcs. His fist did not stop there and smashed heavily on Manison's head, sending his head flying like a baseball toward the fleet of the three universal civilizations in the distance. Halfway there, it was shot into pieces by the fleet. At the same time, the lower half of Han Xiao's body immediately disintegrated, turning into countless mechanical soldiers that scattered and merged into the mechanical deity's body again. He raised his hand, and the celestial punishment edge that flew out stopped in midair. It flew backward as if it was pulled by an invisible rope. Manison, who was forced to retreat, returned to Han Xiao's hands. Another universal treasure. Seeing Manison take out a new weapon, Han Xiaoshin with a lemon. His emperor's cape strengthened the internal structure of the mechanical deity, but this dagger cut him in half. It was clearly a gold-grade mechanical deity equipment. Not being a match for him in terms of resources was already troublesome enough, but after fighting for so long, the Mecha Empire was still full of energy, with no signs of weakening. Their energy was unfathomable, and their endurance also surprised Han Xiao. Logically speaking, as long as a lot of energy was consumed, the energy bonus would drop, causing a temporary drop in status and attributes. Because of the HP and MP exchange, he was able to maintain his peak state, but old Manison was like having sex. It was the same. He could still maintain his status. Although old Manison had developed a battle armor that could recover energy, after fighting for a while, Han Xiao had a slight understanding of the limitations of this gold-grade equipment. There was a certain cooldown time for every absorption, and it was not like his talent that could take effect anytime and anywhere. The imitation was still not as good as the original. So, maybe old Manison had some kind of talent that could reduce energy but not affect the bonus? This kind of ability was relatively rare, but Han Xiao had seen it in his previous life. However, this was not the main point. Han Xiao was surprised to find that not only did Manison's strength not decrease, it was even slowly increasing. He's probably the same as me, having a talent that allows him to continuously gain bonuses in battle. As expected of the strongest person in the universe, he's as difficult to deal with as me. Han Xiao secretly gritted his teeth. After fighting for so long, he could only maintain a stalemate at best. Countless times, he wanted to expand his advantage, but it was as if he had hit an indestructible wall, and he was blocked by the Mecha Empire time and time again. It was as if his opponent was a spring that had been pressed to the limit, and could not be pressed down anymore. Fortunately, Manison was the same. He could not continue to suppress him, and the battle went back and forth. The battle on the virtual level was very stable. He had intelligence affinity, and the opponent's AI attributes were reduced by 5%. Although the reduction was not huge, it was a basic weakening. If the original attribute was 1, and after the reduction, it became 0.95, and the bonus was 100 times, then the difference would also be 100 times. The greater the bonus, the more significant the difference. The character summon card's duration is limited. I can't maintain this state forever, and Manison's attributes are still slowly increasing. If this continues, the situation that I've just stabilized will be turned around by him again. Normally, I'm the one who wears my enemies down with prolonged battles. Finally, I've met someone who can last longer than me. Han Xiao analyzed the situation and was in a relaxed mood. It was a lonely thing to not be able to find an opponent. It was rare to meet a strong opponent that required him to go all out, and he was also having a good time fighting to his heart's content. He could not help but want to vent all his energy on the Mecha Empire. Furthermore, he had seen Manison's direct combat strength this time and understood the gap between them. He had learned quite a lot. In fact, the decapitation tactic was still effective against Manison. Although the opponent's doppelganger was a little tough, it was still far from his. The problem was that the opponent was hiding inside the Mecha Empire. If he did not destroy the Mecha deity, he would not be able to hurt the opponent's doppelganger. He would have to pay attention to this next time. Speaking of which, this could also be considered as accumulating experience in dealing with the Mecha Empire. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao spoke in the public channel. Mecha Empire, we're evenly matched. There won't be a result even if we fight like this for half a month. Do you still want to continue? You're thinking too much. You won't be able to last that long. Manison calmly replied. This should be your current peak level, but you'll only be able to maintain a tie with me at most. How long can you maintain your explosive state? I've never calculated it, but it shouldn't be a problem to last until the end of the battle. Anyway, the other party did not know his background, so Han Xiao could just say whatever he wanted. So, you want to fight a protracted battle with me? Man Ison let out an emotionless laugh, as if lamenting Han Xiao's overestimation. How many mechanical troops do you have to expend? Is it even a fraction of mine? TSK, look at how capable you are. Isn't it just money? It's not like anyone doesn't have it. Han Xiao curled his lips. Although he said that, Han Technician still had to admit that Old Man Manison's ability to earn money was stronger. He wanted to wrestle with Man Ison, but he did not intend to hand over his wealth here. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not forget that Man Ison had some beyond-grade collectibles that he had not used yet. It was probably because the occasion was not right, and he did not want to take them out in front of the three universal civilizations. In other words, this was probably not Manison's full strength. Although their growth patterns were worlds apart, there was one thing that Han Xiao agreed with: the influence of a mechanic's foundation was too great. The Mecha Empire's attributes are several levels higher than mine. That might not be the case. It was just that the other party's machinery was too strong, and they were all good things accumulated over the years. After all, the mechanic class was different from the other classes. When everyone reached a bottleneck, mechanics could continue to ignore the bottleneck and increase their strength through manufacturing, researching, and other means. Therefore, spending money was the source of a mechanic's strength. The gap was still not small. Han Xiao secretly shook his head. He could be considered wealthy, but compared to Man Ison, who was wearing a full set of godly equipment, he immediately looked shabby. From the looks of it, it's still too difficult for me to defeat Man Ison now. If Man Ison wants to defeat me and regain his dignity, I have to at least fight to a draw with him. It's impossible for me to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't look good. Han Xiaoxin's mind went online. Just as he was thinking about what other trump cards he had, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Different mechanical armies suddenly entered the battlefield and attacked the Mecha Empire's troops, separating the battlefield and stopping the two sides from fighting. More than 10 streams of light flew over from afar and stopped between the two of them. They faced Man Ison and protected Han Xiao behind them. Han Xiao and Man Ison immediately stopped and looked at these figures. They were the mechanical avatars of the other beyond grade as who were watching the show from the side. Mecha Empire, let's end it here, Kant said. Man Ison looked at everyone and said slowly, you want to help him? Black Star doesn't need our help. You and he are evenly matched. Even if you fight for a month, the battle between you two won't end. Kant purposely used the public channel to shout and chuckled. We and the three universal civilizations' fleets can't possibly stay here and watch you guys fight for a month, so let's call it a draw today. A draw? Manison's tone sank. Isn't it? Kant asked with a chuckle. Man Ison looked at everyone and said, what if I want to continue? We're also people who care about face. We have to fulfill our words. Kant chuckled and said, if you don't give us face, then sorry, we can only play a few rounds with you. As he said that, all the Beyond Grade A avatars took a step forward. Although they did not say it explicitly, their intention to protect Han Xiao was obvious. You want to touch Black Star? Then we have no choice but to have a righteous group fight. Seeing this, Man Ison fell silent. The battlefield was the machinery faith, so he naturally wanted to suppress Han Xiao. Although Black Star's explosive mode was powerful, it was only temporary. As long as they continued to fight, he was confident of winning. But now, his plan was foiled by the current situation. The battle between the two of them was stopped by a group of people. How could Man Ison not understand the intentions of these beyond grade as? They wanted to create a situation of a tie and not give him a chance to win the duel, forcing him to accept this fact. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. Man Ison looked up at Han Xiao and said with a complicated tone, "You're really, a just cause attracts plenty of support." After saying that, Man Ison did not have the slightest reluctance. He stuffed his troops back into the camp, recalled his avatars, deactivated Lord's Descent, and left. No matter how confident he was, he had no intention of challenging all the beyond grade as present. Seeing this, Kant chuckled and looked back at Han Xiao. All right, it's settled. Han Xiao was a little surprised. I thought you guys would just watch the show. Why did you suddenly help me? He could understand the dynasty's allies helping, but why did the Radiance and Ethereal Mechanics stand up as well? Could it be that my heroic appearance when destroying the virus core convinced these guys with grudges? Sigh, it's all my fault. I was careless and didn't restrain my inner charisma. I've gone too far. Don't think too much. We're not helping you. Mechanical catastrophe. Francisco snorted. You guys will fight for at least half a month. How can the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations keep watching? Therefore, they ordered us to intervene and stop the battle. That's strange. Couldn't you guys have done this long ago? Why wait until we're halfway through the battle? Han Xiao was surprised. Hehe, it's not just an order. We're all happy to see the Mecha Empire suffer. Kant replied with a gloating tone. All right, I get it. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood. Most of the people present had been bullied by the Mecha Empire before, so they could only swallow their anger. However, after seeing Black Star's heroic performance, they felt that they could use this opportunity to attack the Mecha Empire. Therefore, they decided to intervene. Deliberately announcing the result of a draw was a small revenge by these people. After all, the Mecha Empire had been holding on to the position of the main god of the machinery faith all this time. This move was to build momentum for Black Star, and they were happy to make the Mecha Empire suffer. As long as the result was fixed, Black Star would be able to disperse the faith of the machinery faith and make the Mecha Empire suffer losses. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that Black Star had to be able to withstand the Mecha Empire. If Han Xiao kept getting beaten up, these people would not have deliberately chosen this best time to help him. Intervening in the battle was not only because of an order but also because they had decided from the bottom of their hearts to recommend Black Star to fight with the Mecha Empire and make things difficult for Manison. As for whether or not they admired Black Star for destroying the virus core, only they themselves knew. Understanding this, Han Xiao was relieved and let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, if these people did not help him, he would not have been able to force the Mecha Empire to retreat. The result would have been difficult to predict. Indeed, there were many benefits to having more connections. Although Manison had lived for so long and had many friends, in the eyes of other beyond grade the Mecha Empire's image was not good. He had offended too many beyond grade as in the industry. This was what it meant by a just cause enjoys abundant support. Chapter 11:25. With Manison's departure, the operation to capture the virtual mutiny virus core was finally settled. Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity, recalled the combat troops, and left behind some logistics and maintenance teams to help the 3 universal civilizations clean up the battlefield. He and Manison had deliberately moved away from the battlefield, restraining the troops from firing in the direction of the planet. However, the aftermath of the battle still affected planet magnetic cloud quite a bit. It was as if a layer of the Earth had been scraped off by a file, and the flesh that was shoveled off turned into sand. Looking down from outer space, the surface was full of marks left by falling objects. The most obvious of which was the ravine left by Manison's trident, which transformed the wilderness into a large spider web-like rift valley that stretched for hundreds of miles. The machinery faith settlement was affected to a certain extent. The shield flickered, but it was not destroyed. However, the violent earthquake caused a large number of buildings to collapse, and the surrounding terrain sank by 1 to 2 meters. This city under the shield became a towering island, looking rather conspicuous. Seeing this, Han Xiao had an idea. He controlled his lord's avatar to land in the settlement. They had all come to pursue the virus core, and then there was a battle. Although they had discovered the machinery faith on planet Magnetic Cloud, they had not had the time to make contact. Manison had warned him that he did not want to see the other beyond grade as come into contact with the machinery faith, But now that he had fallen out with the Mecha Empire again, Han Xiao naturally forgot about his words. Han Xiao slowly landed, stopping above the settlement's shield. More than 10 figures followed. They were Kant and the other beyond Grade A mechanics. Han Xiao did not stop them. They were not the Mecha Empire. After a few seconds, the shield opened on its own. Han Xiao and the others landed on the top of the mechanical temple in the center of the settlement. All the priests were excited, forming a circle. Look, the mechanical deity is alive. So many beyond Grade A mechanics. I really want to touch it. Say, if we go up and ask for a photo, will they agree? Many of the heavenly priests whispered excitedly, their hearts wild with joy. This must be heaven. Usually, only the Mecha Empire would take the initiative to contact them. The other beyond Grade A mechanics did not come, as though they were not interested in the machinery faith at all. This made them feel that the other beyond grade as were looking down on them. They generally did not take the initiative to come into contact with the object of their faith. They worshipped themselves, so their interactions were limited. Now that they saw so many living beyond Grade A mechanics with their own eyes, they were overjoyed. They were excited but cautious at the same time. They wanted to pounce forward but were afraid of making these gods unhappy. In the end, it was the Grand Priest who took the initiative to welcome them. I am the Grand Priest of this machinery faith settlement. Fellow beyond Grade A mechanics, I welcome your visit on behalf of the machinery faith. Han Xiao knew how to deal with a group of believers. He did not say any pleasantries, nor did he need to introduce himself. He just glanced at the collapsed buildings in the distance and said with concern in a leader's tone, "I'm sorry. I just had a fierce fight with the Mecha Empire. Are you guys all right?" "We're fine. We all have heavy armor protecting us. Plus, the residents have already taken shelter in the flying vehicles. There were no casualties. The loss of the city is nothing. We can just rebuild it." Seeing Black Star's concern, the Grand Priest's spirits were lifted, and his face was filled with joy. "My idol is showing concern for me. I have no regrets in my life. Let's move to another planet. The damage on planet Magnetic Cloud is quite severe. There will probably be frequent natural disasters in the future," Han Xiao said with concern. No. We want to stay here and pay homage to the traces left by you and the Mecha Empire." The Grand Priest shook his head. Planet Magnetic Cloud was so badly damaged that normal people would move to another planet. However, the machinery faith was not normal. To them, after Black Star and the Mecha Empire fought here, Planet Magnetic Cloud became the battlefield of gods. It was very memorable, and they could not wait to pay homage to it every day. Move. Not going to happen. If that's the case, fine. Since I'm already here, I'll lend you a hand. Han Xiao tapped his finger, and a virtual screen appeared out of thin air, showing the 2D map of Planet Magnetic Cloud. He said kindly, "I'm partly responsible for the damage to your settlement. Pick a location, and I'll help you build a new city." The priests widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe that the high and mighty mechanical deity was so kind. "We wouldn't dare. How could we trouble Black Star for such a small matter?" The Grand Priest hurriedly declined. "Don't be so polite. We're on the same side. I've always known about the existence of the machinery faith. I heard that you've always worshipped me as a god. Although we haven't come into contact before, since you worship me as a god, I won't be stingy with my protection." Han Xiao did not beat around the bush. He was just short of directly saying, "I'm a reliable backer. Hurry up and lie on my chest." Hearing this, the Grand Priest could not help but feel a little moved. Their faith would not change because of material benefits, but there was no need to reject the gift of a god. After some discussion, they finally selected a location on the 2D map and chose a location for the new settlement. Han Xiao took a look. It was the rift created by the trident. He was not surprised. He deliberately smiled and said, "Not bad. The Mecha Empire's weapon that I destroyed is here." As soon as he said that, the curiosity of the priests was piqued. They had been watching the battle between the two mechanical deities and found that the two had stopped fighting halfway. Later, they heard Kant say on the wide area channel that the two were tied, and then the Mecha Empire ran away. Everything happened too quickly, and they were still confused. Your Excellency Black Star, why did you and the Mecha Empire fight? What was the result? If you're sensitive, please forgive my offense. The great priest could not help but ask. Although he knew that this was somewhat abrupt, his heart was itching like a cat scratching it. His curiosity could not be quenched, like a fanatic's desire to know the latest gossip about their idol. This is not a secret. It will be made public sooner or later. It's fine to tell you. You know about the virtual mutiny virus, right? Yes. The Grand Priest nodded. Not only did he know about it, but he was also very familiar with it. That thing is not a simple virus but an information weapon with a core control. It has the ability to constantly evolve and update. Furthermore, it can jump back and forth between virtual and physical, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. The reason we Beyond Grade as responded to the call of the three universal civilizations was to cooperate and hunt it down. Han Xiao briefly explained. The eyes of the priests present widened in shock. Only now did they know that the virtual mutiny virus that had troubled the ancient star desert for many days was actually such a powerful technology. And then? Did you succeed? The Grand Priest was immersed in Han Xiao's explanation and hurriedly asked. We caught the core, but there was a disagreement on how to deal with it. Man-Ison did not care about the risk and wanted to keep the core to research this technology himself. For the sake of the peace of the universe, I took the virus core and destroyed it. The Mecha Empire was very angry and wanted to teach me a lesson, so we fought. I'm sorry to have affected you guys. Han Xiao was telling the truth. He only changed the details slightly to highlight how Man-Ison did not care about the safety of the universe. Kant and the others glanced at him. They knew that he was defaming the Mecha Empire, but no one stopped him. Basically, everyone was happy to see it happen. Then the result, just like what you heard, the Mecha Empire and I were evenly matched. He felt that he could not beat me even if we continued to fight, so he ran away. He did not want to continue fighting with me. Kant and the others glanced at Han Xiao again and nodded. Not bad. Maintain this state and continue defaming him. Don't stop. So that's how it is. The Grand Priest sighed in satisfaction, like a fan who had heard enough gossip. In the beginning, Black Star was suppressed by the Mecha Empire. He only turned the situation around after his outburst. However, the machinery faith only cared about results. Regardless of whether Black Star burned his potential or not, as long as Black Star used his mechanical abilities to fight a strong enemy to a result, they would recognize the tie between Black Star and the Mecha Empire. They believed that the two of them were now evenly matched and could not wait to spread the news in the faith and share the gossip. At the same time, the Grand Priest felt that it was a pity. He was not a warped fanatic, but when he heard that such a powerful technology like the virtual mutiny virus had been destroyed by Han Xiao, he still felt a little distressed. However, this also made him admire Black Star's feat even more. The virus core was clearly within his reach, but he cared about the common people. For the sake of righteousness, he destroyed this powerful technology, eliminating the possibility of any faction obtaining this technology from the root. This made the virus no longer have the possibility of harming the universe. It was admirable. The Mecha Empire wanted to research the virus in order to gain control of this weapon. The safety of the common people was not within his consideration. Although the Grand Priest could understand the Mecha Empire's actions, he still felt that they were inferior to Black Star. Unconsciously, the Mecha Empire's image in his heart was no longer as lofty and mysterious. On the contrary, it was Black Star's image that was raised by quite a bit. Rumors were always distorted. The insider information revealed by these big shots was still more reliable, many of the high priests thought to themselves. Han Xiao and the others had come here to spread the news of the tie and at the same time, smear the Mecha Empire's reputation. This group of machinery faith members would spread the news internally and pry into the faith of the Mecha Empire. The machinery faith was a group of traitors who believed in whoever was stronger. They did not have any die-hard fans. With the battle results as evidence, it was not difficult to poach them. With their goal achieved, Han Xiao and the others communicated with the believers here and deepened their impression of the machinery faith. They then left the planet and deactivated Lord's Descent, leaving only the construction machinery army to build a new settlement for the machinery faith. The Mecha Empire has retreated. The live broadcast ended, and the three universal civilizations' leaders looked at each other. Although there were some twists and turns, the operation was a success. The threat of the virus core has been dealt with. Black Star's intelligence was correct. He also contributed greatly in the operation. If not for him, we would have suffered a great loss. His achievement can be said to have turned the tide. He must be rewarded, Uranril said first. Bada and the ethereal Pope nodded silently and had no objections. This was a disaster that threatened the entire universe. Past grievances should be put aside for the time being. Furthermore, in order to destroy the Mecha Empire's plan, Black Star had no choice but to burn his potential and fight with us. We must give him sufficient compensation, Uranril said. Bada cursed in his heart for being shameless and retorted, "This doesn't make sense. Handing over the virus core to us is also destroying the Mecha Empire's plan. Black Star might not have done so out of consideration for maintaining the order of the universe, but more so because he doesn't trust us. He's still not on the same side as us. I think the reward is fine, but there's no need for compensation." "That's not what I meant." Uranril shook her head. Black Star had his own considerations when he destroyed the virus core. It was to protect himself and not obviously take sides. It was also to cut off the source of the disaster. However, through this action, we finally saw his unclear position. He chose order. Even if Black Star isn't a direct member of our family, his position is in line with our interests. We should give him more trust. Bada frowned and said nothing. Seeing this, Uranril said in a deep voice, "Actually, we didn't lose anything by destroying this technology. Monopolizing virus technology is mainly to prevent it from leaking. With our own strength, we can suppress the explored universe. Without this virtual mutiny virus, we're still the overlords. Instead, we'll have one less variable that can threaten the universe." She didn't hide anything. It was obvious that she wanted to obtain more benefits for Black Star. Bada was about to say something when the ethereal Pope suddenly spoke. "We need to consider how to deal with the Mecha Empire. His position is very dangerous. If not for Black Star revealing the characteristics of the virus core, he would have been hiding the information in his hands. Manason's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Although he didn't succeed this time, he has already shown his ambition. We can't allow him to do whatever he wants. We have to find a way to weaken him. For example, his business, his position, his faith in the machinery faith, and his right to speak in the development union. Therefore, we have to choose a suitable candidate to be his opponent and continuously take away the resources of the Mecha Empire." "You're saying that Black Star should replace the Mecha Empire's position?" Bada was unwilling. "That's right. He's the best candidate. Although he's not directly related to us, his position is trustworthy. He won't do anything that disrupts the order. Letting Black Star grow is better than letting the Mecha Empire continue to be unrestrained. Therefore, it's best to let Black Star and the Mecha Empire fight and complete the separation. If it's Black Star leading the development union, it'll be even better. We won't have to worry about the Beyond grade as doing anything radical." Everyone discussed and came to a consensus. As for Black Star, not only did they have to reward him, they also had to publicize his deeds throughout the universe. This was to create momentum for Black Star, help him fight for the resources of the Mecha Empire, and promote the correct values that were beneficial to order. As for the Mecha Empire, they had to suppress it. They couldn't let it be so carefree anymore. At the very least, they had to lock onto this old thing's main body first. Manison was not Black Star. His main body was his biggest weakness. The vision of the Lord's avatar disappeared, and it returned to the main body. Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His main body was still in the virtual brainwave amplifier, and the consciousness of the others did not return to their avatars. He was the only one moving in this space. I've finally dealt with the virus core. Han Xiao opened the interface, and the special requirement to personally destroy the virus core showed that he had completed it. However, the entire, intelligent plague, mission was not over yet. The 3 universal civilizations would only receive all the rewards of this mission after they cleared the first-generation virus in the ancient star desert. As for Mecha Empire Manison times Mechanical God's War, he could receive the rewards. After fighting with Manison for half a day, he had already reached the highest rating. Fu Ding, Nero, and Ames were not around, so he could only make do with Harrison. Randomizing, complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as your reward. 1. Blueprint, Mechanic Emperor's Holy Trident, ability, a universal treasure-level melee weapon dedicated to the mechanical deity. An excellent product developed by Manison after summarizing various weapon technologies. Specific parameters, collapse expand. Manufacturing requirements, character level not lower than 310, INT greater than 20,000, Ultimate Mechanical Engineering LV5, Endless Material Science LV5, Eternal Energy LV4, etc. 2. Perfect Mechanical Sense, Talent, Total Machinery Affinity X1. 4x, plus 4 Mechanic Class Skill Levels, Mechanical Force Bonus Grade 1 to 2, cannot exceed Pink Grade Rare Grade. 3. Blueprint Felon, ability, an advanced mechanical soldier developed by Manison himself. A powerful war weapon created by using biological modification and biochemical technology. It requires living supers as the material. The stronger the original, the higher the performance after modification. Specific parameters, collapse expand. Remarks, the requirements to transform a living beyond grade A into a felon are character level not lower than 340, INT greater than 32,000, Endless Material Science LV5, Mechanical Life Tinder LV5, Eternal Energy LV5, Virtual Creator LV5, etc. 4. The Ancient One, talent, a long life allows you to have rich experiences. This is a precious spiritual wealth. Plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 all skill levels. 5. Trillion Mecha Empire Manison, talent, plus 15% INT, plus 1. 2x Machinery Affinity, plus 2 Mechanic Class Skill Levels, Machinery Fusion, Give, Emperor's Gift, King's Mentor, Tinder Awakening, Apostle Creation, Dimension Factory, Apostle Evolution, Mechanical Tinder Proliferation, Machinery Civilization Enhancement, and other skill levels plus 6. Plus 5,000% Machinery Production Efficiency, plus 10% to 40% quality of machinery creations, plus 36% R&D ability for normal blueprints, plus 12% R&D ability for gold blueprints. When fighting against any machinery, you will receive a plus 10% bonus to all attributes, minus 15% damage received, plus 10% damage dealt, and minus 25% energy and stamina consumption. Remarks, you are the master of billions of machines. You are the kingdom of machines. Gulp. Han Xiao was a little stunned. His throat rolled, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is Lady Luck finally willing to take off my pants? Chapter 1126. The quality of this batch of items was way too shocking. Han Xiao was not mentally prepared at all. He was stunned for a moment before ecstasy filled his heart. Because the two of them were perfectly compatible with each other, they could draw any ability or talent. Thus, Manison's thousands of blueprints lowered the chances of him drawing something good. Han Xiao's original goal was to draw a molding talent at most, but he did not expect to draw Manison's greatest treasure, Billion Mecha Empire Manison, unique talent. Look at this effect, it's definitely at the molding talent level. Furthermore, it's at the peak of the molding talent level. This was definitely Manison's trump card. The unique talents of normal people came from their own experiences, and they were extremely unique. Usually, The talents formed after becoming stronger would be more powerful than the ones formed earlier. Billion Mecha Empire was clearly a talent formed after Manison became famous, and the conditions to form it were extremely harsh. It was the result of his hundreds of years of experience. In other words, this talent was equivalent to the inner core that old Manison had cultivated for many years, containing the essence of his life. But now, the fruits of old man Manison's lifetime of cultivation were in his hands. It was like fishing in the river, and in one fell swoop, he actually caught a protected animal. The richness of the rewards completely exceeded Han Technician's expectations, and he was so excited that he wanted to eat a few more packs of nutrition paste. I'm F** King Rich. Luck is indeed something that needs to be accumulated. The luck that Harrison has accumulated over the years is probably all gone because of me. Han Xiao was extremely excited. Putting aside Billion Mecha Empire, the overall quality of the items drawn this time was also shockingly high. He had obtained 2 molding talents, and even perfect mechanical sense was obtained. Thankfully, he had already obtained perfect mechanical sense from bullying Nero. If he were to draw it again, it would only strengthen him slightly. Otherwise, he might really have trouble choosing. The other 3 options were also very good. The Mechanic Emperor's Holy Trident was the weapon Manison used in battle. It was a universal treasure and was stronger than the Celestial Punishment Edge. Blueprint Felon was a special living weapon modification technology that could even be used on Beyond Grade as. All the Beyond Grade as in Manison's collection were probably modified this way. The Ancient Ones was also a high-level talent. The character summon card that Han Xiao had previously used was this ability. If he had not drawn Billion Mechanic Empire, he might have chosen this ability to solidify into his own. And these 4 abilities all paled in comparison to Manison's trump card. Han Xiao did not need to hesitate at all. Tonight, we are all Manison. You have received a new talent, Billion Mecha Empire, Manison. An indescribable change occurred in his body. It was different from the pain of a life evolution. Han Xiao only felt his body lighten up, as though he had broken some invisible shackles. His line of sight rippled like water, and scenes flashed before his eyes at lightning speed. A baby was born and quickly grew into a young man. The obscure mechanical theory books were like children's books, easily comprehending everything after flipping through them. He saw the first mechanical force of the young man in the picture, the first book he read, the first machine he built, the first blueprint he improved, the first enemy he killed. Then, the sun rose and the moon set. Countless messy and blurry pictures flashed by, and the person in the picture finally turned into an old man in a silver robe with electric sparks in his eyes. Behind him stood a vast mechanical army, which was boundless and filled every inch of space, occupying every inch of sight. The illusion came to an abrupt end, and Han Xiao opened his eyes wide. This is old Manison growing up. I seem to have received a person's unique talent, and I can roughly see the other party's life. The other party is still alive and well. It's as if old Manison is dead. This illusion was very blurry most of the time and lacked details. It only showed the more important points in Manison's life. Han Xiao finished reading it, but of course, he did not gain any information. At most, he had a deeper understanding of Manison. The pride of the heavens, brimming with talent, the most dazzling young man ever since he was young. A typical kid next door. Han Xiao curled his lips. The only special thing was that Manison had been so dazzling since he was young, and many things were within his reach. However, he did not seem to be interested in material comforts, nor did he like to mate. He only liked to stay in the workshop and work on machines. This is a bit similar to me. We are both technicians who focus on craftsmanship. Han Xiao shook his head and threw this illusion to the back of his mind. He carefully browsed through the effects of Billion Mecha Empire, Manison. Although the unique talent had been transferred to him, the suffix Manison had not disappeared, and it still indicated where it came from. The most exaggerated bonus was the 5,000% increase in production efficiency. This was probably part of the origin of Manison's Mecha Empire nickname. The speed at which he could produce troops was terrifying. Although it was powerful, 50 times the production efficiency also meant 50 times the speed at which he burned money. Manison had been working hard to expand his influence for many years. Apart from his ambition, it was probably also to support his expenses. With a large family and a large business, he could earn money and spend it quickly. The biggest difference between me and Manison is our foundation. With this bonus, the speed at which I accumulate my foundation will increase exponentially. Although it won't shorten the gap, I won't be left behind by him. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought to himself. It's just that I'm spending money too quickly. Luckily, I'm not short of money. The size of the Black Star army was now enormous, and they were taking in a huge amount of cash every day. Furthermore, they had the evolution cube, which was a treasure trove. His family was wealthy enough that the word lack of money was no longer in his dictionary. The ability to create blueprints and research and development was also very strong, comparable to the effect of more than 10 stacks of spirit weapon. The best was the 12% increase from the gold blueprints. Manison was good at developing universal treasures, so he must have been affected by this talent. It should be much easier for me to research universal treasures in the future. Han Xiao was secretly happy. As for the additional combat effects, it would be effective when dealing with machines. It was best at fighting among mechanics, and it was also one of the reasons why Manison was so strong. This way, the next time I go against the Mecha Empire, I'll be able to receive a targeted bonus. The bonus from the Mecha Empire is probably comparable to 2 perfect mechanical senses. A top-grade exclusive talent is terrifying. Han Xiao was as satisfied as if he had eaten a good meal. This way, the gap between him and the Mecha Empire would be greatly reduced. What I said before was right. Manison is indeed a good person. Every time he turns hostile, he gives me a big gift. What kind of spirit is this? Repaying evil with good. If not for the fact that he was afraid of angering Manison, he would have given Manison a banner with the words Timely Galaxy Reign, Hero Manison written on it. Looks like I'll have to fight with the Mecha Empire more often in the future. Getting rich will all depend on him. Han Xiao secretly rubbed his hands. Closing the skill interface, he then looked at the other mission rewards. The difficulty of Manison's direct challenge was extremely high, and the experience reward was even higher than the first time, close to 100 billion. He had basically used all of his stock to exchange for awakening points, and now that he had replenished this round, his wallet was bulging again. The rewarded character summon card was an ability called Energy Resonance. Its effect was to reduce energy consumption and strengthen the attributes of his energy. When converted to mechanical force, it would increase the range of his mechanical force bonus. At the same time, as long as his energy did not reach 0, his energy bonus would always be at its peak. Perhaps because he had used up all his luck when drawing the ability, the effect of the character summon card was rather ordinary. He had the ability to exchange health and mana, so this character summon card was rather useless. However, Han Xiao was not discouraged. He was already very satisfied with obtaining Manison's core ability. Furthermore, this kind of result was the normal state of his luck. He was already used to it. After calculating his gains, Han Xiao closed the interface and thought about the impact of this operation. I've changed the direction of the storyline. The virus core has been destroyed by me, and the intelligent plague can no longer sweep through the universe like in my previous life. The losses have been reduced by more than 95%. The explored universe survived this disaster without any danger, preserving more life force than in my previous life. With such a contribution, my mission rating should be at the highest level. Other than the mission rewards, the 3 universal civilizations will also express their gratitude. I can get a second wave of rewards, and when the news is released, I can get a third wave of rewards from the Galactic Society. It's a pity that I can't use it to deal with the World Tree after destroying the Domino virus. However, I didn't use this virus in my previous life, so the impact shouldn't be too big. Speaking of which, if the World Tree cracked this technology and turned to deal with us, that would be quite bad. The negative impact of this virus on us is far greater than the World Tree. Eliminating this variable might not be a bad thing. The possibility of the Mecha Empire taking revenge on me is very low. After all, they have to deal with the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations, so they probably won't have the time to deal with me. Even if they really want to, I'm not that afraid of them now. Since the conflict has been made clear, the Mecha Empire and I will definitely fight in the association. Those beyond Grade A mechanics are not on the Mecha Empire's side, which means they're my hidden supporters. My right to speak in the development union should increase. Han Xiao calculated in his mind and realized that he had actually gained quite a lot from this. The only downside was that he had offended Manison. In his previous life, Manison had most likely gotten the virus core and was the biggest beneficiary of the intelligent plague. Now, it was the other way around. In this operation, old Manison was the only one who suffered a loss. It seems like I've tricked him quite badly. Han Xiao scratched his head and shook off this thought. Phut, what has it got to do with me? It's not that I'm bad, it's you who's too annoying. Chapter 1127. After leaving the virtual brainwave amplifier and returning to the disaster command center, the spaceship entered the port. Han Xiao walked out of the hatch and immediately saw Shidrun and the other 2 supervisors waiting on the platform. Your Excellency Blackstar, the 3 leaders are waiting on the line. They would like to invite you to meet them. Shidrun took 2 steps forward and slightly lowered his head. His attitude was more respectful than before. Han Xiao's action of destroying the virus core had earned him more respect. Okay, I'll be right there. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He was not surprised. He had expected the 3 universal civilizations to want to talk to him. He looked around. The other beyond Grade A avatars were not here. Where are the others? They haven't arrived yet, but everyone's mission has been completed. We can take care of the rest. The core had been destroyed, and the virtual mutiny virus stopped at the 1st generation. With the antivirus set here, the 3 universal civilizations' original plan could continue, and they would not need beyond grade as for the rest of the work. Everyone's mission had been completed. The Mecha Empire would definitely not come back, or it would be awkward if they saw him. They did not know whether to fight or not, so it was understandable. Han Xiao followed everyone to the remote conference room on the top floor of the command center. As soon as he entered the room, he saw 3 huge virtual screens in front of him. They were the remote communication screens of Uranril, Bada, and Ethereal Pope. Shidrun and the others nodded and left, closing the door. Han Xiao was the only one left in the room. Uranril was the first to speak. Blackstar, you've done a great job this time, pointing out the true danger of the intelligent plague for us. Without your information, countless people would have died in this disaster. We thank you on behalf of the entire universe. It's everyone's responsibility to maintain order. Han Xiao said a few words and glanced at the 3 of them. This was the first time he had been received by the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. He could be said to have reached the peak of the galaxy. No one in the entire universe had such an honor. All of them were the most dazzling people of their era. Speaking of which, he was only familiar with Uranril. Balder and Ethereal had very little contact. The 3 of them opened their mouths and praised Han Xiao's contribution, but they did not say much about his actions of destroying the virus core. After listening to the praises for a while, Han Xiao heard the Ethereal Pope get to the point. We will not be stingy with our rewards for such meritorious deeds. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He knew that since the 3 of them had come to a consensus before talking to him, they must have already prepared a draft. As expected, the 3 of them talked about the rewards they had promised. Among them, resources and policy support were the majority. Radiance and Ethereal both expressed their willingness to help the Black Star Corps expand their business in the starfields other than the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. The Black Star Corps development in the other starfields had always been difficult. If they had the support of the 3 universal civilizations, their development would be much smoother. Han Xiao understood what the 3 universal civilizations meant. This was to help him catch up to the Mecha Empire's forces, making it easier for the two of them to compete. At the same time, this kind of support was equivalent to the three universal civilizations sharing their own benefits with him, deepening the relationship between the two sides. They wanted to avoid the Mecha Empire as much as possible. On the other hand, the three universal civilizations promised to open up a portion of the universal treasure-level blueprints to Han Xiao, opening up the purchase channel. He could spend money and contribution points to purchase a portion of the gold blueprints in their archives. Originally, most of these blueprints were not for sale. However, because he was going up against the Mecha Empire, the three universal civilizations saw the gap between the two sides, so they were willing to provide benefits in this regard to help Blackstar close the gap. Normally, this treatment was only given to their direct descendants. Now that they gave it to Han Xiao, it could be considered an increase in trust. Of course, support was support, but it was impossible for them to give it away for free. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was a pleasant surprise. This way, other than his own research and awakening points, he would have a new stable channel to obtain universal treasure-level blueprints. Because of his spirit instrument, the benefits of this reward were very practical. In his opinion, it was more useful than the other business support. This time, Uranril slowly said. Furthermore, we have jointly decided to hire you as the Special Security Advisor of the Radiant Federation, Red Empire, and Arcane Church. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. The Special Security Advisor of the three universal civilizations? This was a little refreshing. This way, he would have a certain cooperative relationship with the Radiants and Ethereal, going from being an ally of the Empire to a cross-faction character. In history, there was no beyond Grade A who had such an honor. He might be the first, and Scorpion Daddy was the only one. Thinking about it, Han Xiao roughly guessed the intentions of the three universal civilizations. Firstly, it was to build momentum for him. Secondly, the other two civilizations had taken out a reward as an investment and also wanted to gain benefits. Just like advertising sponsors, they wanted to let Blackstar carry a part of their label. The three of them looked at each other and were silent for a long time. Finally, Uranril spoke. You can buy 3 ultimate knowledges for Hela. If you teach them to others, each system is limited to 1 ultimate knowledge. At the same time, you have to submit a list of names. You have to limit the number of ultimate knowledges and not spread them on a large scale. The 3 universal civilizations had made some concessions on this issue, but it was only limited to Blackstar himself. No one else would receive this treatment. The reward was very generous, and the position he expressed was in line with the other party's interests. Although the intelligent plague was a disaster, it also provided him with an opportunity to improve. After negotiating the various deals, the 3 universal civilizations' leaders went offline. Han Xiao then left the conference room, found Shidrun, and returned to his own territory. As soon as he walked into his exclusive office, he saw Harrison standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Han Xiao did not stop and walked straight ahead. Harrison hurriedly caught up and stammered, "Your Excellency Blackstar, I have something I would like to ask you. If you have something to say, say it." "I want to ask, what should we do after the intelligent plague ends?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned to look at him. Seeing Harrison's anxious expression, he knew what he was thinking. "Why, are you worried about going back to jail?" Yes. Harrison was a little anxious. He had followed Han Xiao for a few months, but he was still a criminal. His crimes had not been cleared, and he was afraid of going back to jail, so he could only come and plead with Han Xiao. "Don't worry, you've made a great contribution this time. I won't leave you alone." Han Xiao patted his shoulder casually. Harrison was flattered, but at the same time, he was a little confused. "I've made a great contribution? Why didn't I know? Then what do you plan to do with me?" "I'll ask the 3 universal civilizations to revoke the charges against you and restore your freedom, but you can't be a scavenger anymore." "Thank you so much." Harrison was grateful. It was good enough that he could regain his freedom. It did not matter if he was a scavenger or not. After digging out the virtual mutiny virus, Harrison was disheartened. He already had plans to go back and inherit his billions of assets. Don't be happy so early. I didn't save you for nothing. You have to continue doing your old job and continue exploring under the Black Star Corps funding and supervision. This. Harrison hesitated. You don't want to? Han Xiao glanced at him. Then I hope you can get used to prison life soon. No, no, no. Harrison hurriedly pulled Han Xiao and helplessly said, We'll do it. Black Star was his only hope to get out of this. He had no other choice. Furthermore, with the funding of a huge organization like the Black Star Corps, he did not seem to have to do small things like before. Han Xiao nodded and snorted in his heart. Want to go back and inherit your family business? Dream on. Once you're in my vegetable field, don't even think about running away. Go back to your old job and work for me. Chapter 1128. After the three universal civilizations completed their mission, they informed the various organizations in the ancient star desert to reactivate the quantum network. Being disconnected for less than half a day brought huge economic losses to the entire starfield. The various organizations were all curious about what the three universal civilizations had done during this time. With the intelligence gathered, they quickly figured out the actions of the group of beyond grade and were all shocked. The supercluster civilizations all suffered from PTSD, and the Star Arc civilization had been paying attention to this. After learning of this, the upper echelons held another meeting. So, this is how the virtual mutiny virus works. If it's leaked out, who knows how many people will die? Unfortunately, we were kept in the dark, and the core has already been destroyed by Black Star. Many upper echelons were afraid and regretful. They were afraid of the threat of the virtual mutiny virus itself. They originally thought that the three universal civilizations had the situation under control, but they did not expect it to be an illusion. If they did not find out about the virus core, disaster would have swept across the entire universe. They regretted that they did not know the goal of the three universal civilizations beforehand. In order to observe the situation, they obediently cooperated with the operation. In the end, the virus core was destroyed by the three universal civilizations, and the virtual mutiny virus technology became extinct. Because what was done could not be undone, the three universal civilizations did not continue to hide the information. Luckily, Black Star destroyed the virus core. If the three universal civilizations obtained this information weapon technology, our situation would be even worse. An upper echelon heaved a sigh of relief. You're wrong. Black Star destroying the virus core will do more harm than good to us. Even if the technology is obtained by the three universal civilizations, they won't dare use it recklessly in order to maintain order. There's still a gap between us and them. However, to us, this technology is enough to threaten the three universal civilizations, and it can quickly close the gap. It's a trump card against the three universal civilizations. Now that the technology is gone, we've lost this opportunity forever, someone retorted. If only the Mecha Empire succeeded, many people sighed. They hoped that Manison would succeed. In order to maintain their advantage, the Mecha Empire would most likely collude with the Supercluster Alliance. This way, they would have the opportunity to find a way to make a deal with the Mecha Empire and obtain the virus technology. But now, this hope of a comeback had been crushed by Black Star. They couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. Black Star, this guy is really... One of the higher-ups wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't know how to describe Han Xiao's actions and finally said, "What a waste." Looking at the upper echelons with different expressions, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said solemnly, "The result can no longer be changed. What we need to think about is how to deal with the current situation. The battle between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance is inevitable in the flickering world. What we lack the most is time to prepare." Originally, the intelligent plague took up the energy of the three universal civilizations, so the longer we wait, the better. However, now that the disaster is about to end, The 3 universal civilizations will soon have the time to deal with us, someone said with a low voice. The virus core was discovered by Blackstar and destroyed by him. Because of his actions, the time taken by the 3 universal civilizations to deal with the intelligent plague has been greatly reduced. TSK, it's Blackstar again. Most of the upper echelons were very dissatisfied. Blackstar was the reason why Traveler was exposed in the past. Now, it was Blackstar who ruined their plans. However, being angry was one thing. They couldn't afford to keep a low profile right now, so there was no way they would go and deal with Blackstar. The leader of the Star Ark civilization flipped through the intelligence report and suddenly said, Blackstar and the Mecha Empire had a disagreement on how to deal with the virus core. The two of them fought and almost officially broke off their relationship. What do you guys think? According to the battle report, Blackstar and the Mecha Empire fought to a draw. An intelligence officer frowned and said, if it was Blackstar's main body that came, there would still be a chance, but both of them are doppelgangers. Our artificial intelligence has built countless models, and the analysis shows that when the Lord's doppelgangers fight, Blackstar's chance of winning is lower than 0.0027%. He's still not a match for the Mecha Empire. The draw is because the other Beyond Graders took sides, so they must have received instructions from behind the scenes. Therefore, it can be determined that the 3 universal civilizations want to create an equal to compete with the Mecha Empire. The leader of the Star Ark civilization narrowed his eyes and said, this means that after this battle, Blackstar and the Mecha Empire have parted ways. Blackstar will be supported, and the Mecha Empire will be suppressed. There might be some opportunities in this. You mean, the leader of the Star Ark civilization slowly said, the Mecha Empire has been in operation for many years and is already in a semi-independent state. They have basically gotten rid of their dependence on the 3 universal civilizations, but even so, they will still need some external help when facing the 3 universal civilizations. And this help, we can provide it. Everyone's eyes sparkled, and they nodded. Everyone had times when they needed help, and the Mecha Empire was a powerful figure. Now that they were in a difficult situation and were not trusted by the 3 universal civilizations, if the Supercluster Alliance helped them, they might have a chance to secretly cooperate with them. This way, to a certain extent, it would prevent the Beyond Grade as from forming a new cooperative relationship with the 3 universal civilizations, and it would also cause trouble for Blackstar, who often found trouble with them. On a desolate planet in the Primeval Star River, in a secret base hidden underground, lightning flashed in the darkness, and a pair of glowing eyes opened, reflecting the silhouette of a person sitting cross-legged on the ground. This figure stood up, and the sound of cloth rubbing against each other could be heard. The next moment, he turned on the lights in the room, revealing his true appearance. It was Manason's original body. After falling out with the 3 universal civilizations, he deactivated Lord's Descent and did not contact anyone for the time being. He had been secretly operating his organizations throughout the various starfields, preparing to deal with the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations. Manison knew better than anyone what the 3 universal civilizations would do to him. This day is much earlier than I expected, Manison exhaled softly. Then, his tone became a little unhappy as he growled in a deep voice. Blackstar, you brat, you ruined my plan. Blackstar, this bastard. If he had not exposed the existence of the virus core, he would not have had to take such a risk. Manison had also discovered clues about the virus core. His plan was concealed, and he did not report it to the 3 universal civilizations. This way, he would have the opportunity to take the virtual mutiny virus for himself, secretly obtain this technology, and make a fortune. The way he saw it, Blackstar also had such an opportunity and even had more clues than him. However, in order to reduce the damage caused by the disaster, Blackstar had actually shared information with the 3 universal civilizations. If not for this, he would not have had to go against the 3 universal civilizations in front of everyone. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to obtain the virtual mutiny virus technology again. The root of all this was Blackstar. He had taken such a huge risk, but in the end, that bastard Blackstar actually crushed the virus core. Everyone's efforts were for nothing. Even now, Whenever Manison thought of the scene of Han Xiao crushing the virus core, his heart would ache. The reason he dared to take the risk of the 3 universal civilizations falling out with him to snatch the virus core was naturally because it was worth it. He was a top virtual mechanic, and he had an AI civilization in his hands. If he obtained the full set of virtual mutiny virus technology and improved it, it would produce an intense chemical reaction. With his own deterrence, he would be able to become the new pole of the universe. Everything else aside, as long as he created a core in his own artificial intelligence cultivation room, cultivated generations of viruses in advance, and then released them to permeate the entire universe, he would be everywhere. At that time, this intelligent plague would be nothing compared to him. If the 3 universal civilizations obtained the technology, there would still be a chance. Manison might even take the risk of being discovered and sneak in to steal the technology. However, now, the opportunity to reach the peak was destroyed by Blackstar. Manison wished he could turn Han Xiao into a felon on the spot. Manison shook his head. At this point, there was no point in thinking too much. It was more important to deal with the situation at hand. After this, Radiance and I will be even more distant. The 3 universal civilizations will try to reduce my wings. Fortunately, I've been trying my best to get rid of them over the years and have my own independent channels. I've also cultivated a large number of hidden organizations, and many businesses can be easily operated in the dark. A long time ago, Manison felt that he would be independent one day, so he had to be prepared. Thus, he dared to take a gamble today because he was not afraid of the 3 universal civilizations falling out with him. Furthermore, with the current situation, the 2 sides were not completely on opposite sides. He still had to pretend to be polite. The 3 universal civilizations were still wary of him. Manison had expected this risk before he took action, so he took the opportunity to reveal a little of his trump card. The tens of millions of Lord's avatars were enough to make the 3 universal civilizations hesitate. As long as they could not find his main body, he could keep appearing. He had already prepared for this outcome. The 3 universal civilizations want to support Blackstar to compete with me. I'll probably lose Radiance's funding, so I'll have to find some new friends. Manison narrowed his eyes and pondered. Han Xiao and the others had already completed their work, so they could not help in the overall rectification. They only needed to watch the 3 universal civilizations perform. After getting rid of the virus core, the 3 universal civilizations no longer had anything to worry about. The disaster relief efficiency of the 3 universal civilizations suddenly increased, and they used the antivirus set to restart the previous antivirus plan. Without the virus core, the first-generation virtual mutiny virus was leaderless. The 3 universal civilizations scanned and locked onto the nodes before eliminating them at the same time. They then immediately launched a dedicated firewall. The virus in the ancient star desert was quickly dealt with on a large scale, and the intelligent plague was quickly rectified. It had been a few months since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, and the star field had been sealed. The entire universe was extremely concerned about the situation in the ancient star desert. As the news was sealed for a long time, more rumors spread in the universe, and some people started to spread panic. Now that the disaster was under control, the 3 universal civilizations finally made an announcement to the entire universe, giving the citizens of Galaxy some peace of mind. In the announcement, the 3 universal civilizations added the entire process of hunting down the virus core. As soon as the official announcement was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless organizations in the explored universe. Han Xiao's achievements were also spread rapidly across the entire universe along with the intentional publicity of the 3 universal civilizations, causing a huge response. Chapter 1129. Flickering World, Blackstar Core Territory. With the development of the starfield, more and more galactic residents flooded into the flickering world. All kinds of industries were rapidly perfected, and a large number of planets were transformed into transit stations or tourist destinations. As the entrance to the Army's territory and one of the top 10 stargates in the flickering world, Planet Blackgate received an astonishing amount of traffic every day. Countless entertainment facilities were built on the planet's surface, mixing day and night. It was bustling with activity at all times, and guests from various starfields and races could be seen there. Miracle Street was a famous entertainment street. Casinos, taverns, shops, tall buildings, bright lights, and a sea of people, flowing in an endless stream. I haven't been here for a while. This place is getting more and more prosperous. Maple Moon pulled Mad Blade along as they walked on the busy street, looking left and right curiously at the strange passers-by. When the passers-by saw the Black Star Corps Advanced Warrior insignia on the two of them, their eyes filled with respect as they quietly made a detour. On the bustling street, a small space was squeezed out between the two of them. "Stop strolling, we're here to hand in the mission," Mad Blade said helplessly. At this time, a huge screen on the wall of a building in the distance lit up, showing a news image. The passers-by in the nearby streets could see it clearly. "Now, we have urgent news. The Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church have jointly announced an announcement to report the progress of the intelligent plague control to the entire universe. The following is the news content." Hearing the news about the ancient star desert after so many days, the pedestrians on the street suddenly stopped as if they had pressed the freeze button. They all looked up and watched. Mad Blade and Maple Moon also stopped and looked at the screen curiously. On the huge screen was a diplomatic press conference. The spokespersons of the three universal civilizations stood side by side and read the announcement aloud. "A few months after the intelligent plague broke out, we controlled the disaster in the ancient star desert and carried out a special relief operation. Therefore, this matter is closely related to the safety of the entire universe and has received a lot of attention from all walks of life. Therefore, today, we are making a special report to announce the progress of the intelligent plague control. The virtual mutiny virus is a highly dangerous information and data virus. It can rewrite the underlying logic of mechanical artificial intelligence and turn it into an organic life form. It has astonishing penetration, transmission, and threat. This is a lost information warfare weapon. We thought the threat came from the virus itself, but now we know that the virus core is the real threat." The spokesperson explained the mechanism of the virus core, emphasizing the danger of self-evolution and self-renewal. He used very exaggerated words to describe the consequences of the disaster. Hearing this, the passers-by who stopped to watch on the street shuddered. Due to the information blockade, the galactic residents only knew a little about the mechanism of the virtual mutiny virus. Now that they knew the true terror of the virtual mutiny virus, they could not help but feel a wave of panic. They were shocked by the lethality of this virus. At this moment, the spokesperson changed the topic and said, "If it weren't for Blackstar discovering the threat of the virus core, we would still be in the dark. Through artificial intelligence simulation, the antivirus plan we made without knowing had a success rate of less than 0.1%. In the end, it was very likely that we wouldn't be able to stop the virus from leaking, causing a disaster to sweep across the entire universe. Countless creatures would die in the disaster, and the galactic society would regress by many eras. Blackstar's discovery allowed us to avoid this outcome. His contribution was huge, saving countless lives. Many people heaved a sigh of relief, secretly feeling scared. They were glad that Blackstar had turned the tide." The spokesperson continued. "Because of Blackstar's information, we planned an operation to cut off the internet in the entire starfield and hunt down the virus core. Everything was going smoothly, but when we caught the virus core, there were some twists and turns. The virus core was captured by the Mecha Empire man Ison, but he did not care about the safety of the universe and refused to hand it over. He tried to reverse engineer the complete technology. In order to maintain the peace of the universe, Blackstar seized the virus core and destroyed it, completely eliminating this technology, eliminating the possibility of the virtual mutiny virus appearing again, allowing the entire universe to escape the shadow of this disaster forever. However, the Mecha Empire was unwilling to admit defeat and attacked Blackstar. The two of them fought to a draw, and in the end, they were forced to retreat by Blackstar. Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon heard a commotion among the people around them, and they let out low murmurs. This speech first mentioned the accident of the operation, causing the audience to worry. Then, it made a contrast between the actions of the Mecha Empire and Black Star. It purposely promoted that Han Xiao's actions had protected the galactic residents, implanting the image of Black Star's boundless love in the hearts of the audience, making the galactic residents thank Black Star for his contribution. In contrast, the Mecha Empire was portrayed as a selfish and ambitious person who did not care about the big picture. Because it went against the common interests of the galactic residents, it was innately treated as a villain, and its image was tarnished. The spokesperson summarized the entire process and said loudly, "The current stage of the intelligent mutiny virus is at its end. The disaster is already under control, and it will be completely cleared in a few days. The seal on the ancient star desert will be unlocked. In this incident, Black Star's contribution is irreplaceable. The three of us have discussed and decided to jointly give Black Star the title of Special Security Advisor of the three universal civilizations as a reward." Special Security Advisor of the three universal civilizations? Mad Blade and Maple Moon looked at each other, secretly surprised. Didn't Radiance and Ethereal have conflicts with the Black Star Corps? Now, they have become friends and have been successfully taken down by the army commander. Doesn't that mean we have two more powerful legs? The news ended everywhere, and the enthusiasm of the people had just been aroused. Everyone was discussing, and the streets were buzzing with noise. It's all thanks to His Excellency Black Star. He's really a great person. Among all the beyond grade As, only Black Star is working for the well-being of us ordinary people. For example, the Holy Light Emissary Cultivation Plan gave ordinary people a chance to become supers. Now, for the safety of ordinary people, he resolutely destroyed this virus technology, even going to war with the Mecha Empire. He's really full of love. If I were a girl, I might have fallen in love with him. Sigh, I didn't expect Manison of the Mecha Empire to be such a person. To think that I used to worship him. With such a huge contribution, no wonder the three universal civilizations invited Black Star to be their advisor. I don't think anyone has received such an honor before. To be honest, other than Black Star, I can't think of anyone else who's qualified to take on this position. At this time, cheers suddenly sounded from the street next door. Someone ran over and said with surprise, "Follow me. Quick, follow me over there." There are a few rich merchants who have booked the entire tavern. They said that in order to thank Black Star for his contributions, they have booked the entire tavern, and the drinks will be free. Let's hurry over. Hearing this, the passers-by on Miracle Street swarmed over. When they passed by Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon, they no longer tried to avoid them. Instead, their attitude became extremely warm, and they used all kinds of strange etiquettes to express their respect for the Black Star Army. Feeling the warm atmosphere on the street, Mad Blade and Maple Moon felt a sense of pride in their hearts. They felt that they shared the honor, and a strong sense of belonging to the same faction surged in their hearts. The two of them hurriedly logged into the forums. As expected, the forums were already in an uproar, and the news section was flooded. The army commander had disappeared for a few months, and the moment he reappeared, he made big news. The three universal civilizations exaggerated it to the point that they were just short of saying that Black Star was their savior. The players were also extremely excited. Glory Tomahawk, so we're on the same side. Cloud Dragon Lee, 2nd Battalion Commander, bring out my spaghetti for Black Star to try. Lung Huijun, be reasonable, the army commander is very handsome this time. Picture album sister, Black Star is still the same Black Star. He never disappoints us. Fox, where's Galaxy Times? Come out and get beaten up. Where's the promised mission? Why did it turn into a cutscene CG? Visionary, am I the only one who's concerned about whether the army commander and the Mecha Empire are tied? Looking at the posts that flooded the screen, most of them were full of praise. Some veteran players told the newcomers about Black Star's past deeds, such as solving the mutation disaster, wiping out the Darkstar organization, and so on. All of these had caused a sensation back then. After a few versions, In the eyes of the players, Han Xiao's image was still considered righteous. However, this achievement once again raised the players' impression of him, and a consensus was formed. Black Star was indeed a great man. Other than interests, if the leader of a faction had charisma, the players would have a stronger sense of identity. As soon as the 3 Universal Civilizations announcement came out, everyone in the universe who was paying attention to the progress of the intelligent plague was relieved. This achievement caused Han Xiao's reputation to soar to the peak, while the Mecha Empire's reputation suffered under the deliberate suppression. At the same time, Han Xiao's fleet was leaving the ancient star desert through the dynasty's military stargate. He also saw the official announcement from the 3 Universal Civilizations. TSK, the publicity department of the 3 Universal Civilizations sure knows how to praise and trample on one. Han Xiao happily watched the news. He loved to see people praising him seriously. This time, he suddenly had an idea. He opened the interface and took a look. The 3 Universal Civilizations' elimination of the first-generation virtual mutiny virus was basically completed, and only the last bit was left. When the announcement was made, the Intelligent Plague mission was finally notified that it had been completed. This mission is finally completed. Grade S mission, Intelligent Plague, completed. Mission rating, S+, perfect. You have received 3 billion EXP, 8 random rewards, plus 35,000 Red Empire contribution points, plus 15,000 Radiant Federation contribution points, plus 15,000 Arcane Church contribution points. You have received 2 political assets, Red Empire, 1 political assets, Radiant Federation, and 1 political assets, Arcane Church. You have received 4 legendary points. Starfield Legendary Point, Ancient Star Desert, Black Market Giant Crocodile. Through various means, you have temporarily unified the black market forces in the Ancient Star Desert, leaving behind a terrifying legend. Universe Legendary Point, Intelligent Plague Controller. The Intelligent Plague is a universal disaster that has been rated as a world-destroying disaster. You have accepted the invitation of the 3 Universal Civilizations to deal with the disaster, and in the end, you have made a unique contribution and successfully resolved the disaster. The entire universe will remember your achievements and contributions. Universe Legendary Point, Guardian of the Galaxy. Between selfishness and righteousness, you have chosen the latter, and your choice has maintained the peace of the universe, affecting the evolution of the universe. Perhaps this is the turning point of fate. Everyone knows that you have been watching over the galaxy. Universe Legendary Point, 3 Universal Civilizations Security Advisor. You have been invited to become the special advisor of the 3 Universal Civilizations. Throughout history, you have created a precedent. No matter how the situation evolves, you will leave a deep mark in history. Dungeon Spawning, Intelligent Plague, Simulated Disaster. Han Xiao nodded. Seeing this, the reward was still within his expectations. After all, this was a Grade S mission in the universe, and he had even achieved a perfect rating. The reward was definitely generous. However, as he continued reading, Han Xiao was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. Since your rating has reached Grade S, you have received an additional reward. You have received a new ability, Blueprint, Domino Virus, incomplete. You have completed the special requirement, destroy the virus core with your own hands. Generating a related talent. Generating. Generation complete. You have received a new talent, Virtual Purification Restoration. What? Han Xiao's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the Blueprint, Domino Virus, incomplete, lying quietly in the reward column. This was not an additional reward for the special requirement but a normal reward given when the Grade S mission, Intelligent Plague, reached the highest rating. This meant that only those who had made great contributions to the disaster relief could receive this reward. After solving the Intelligent Plague so painstakingly, the mission gave him an incomplete blueprint of the virus technology and asked him to recreate it. He suddenly felt a great sense of irony. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, this technology still wasn't destroyed and ended up in my hands, although it's incomplete. Browsing through the contents of this blueprint, Han Xiao's expression was complicated. He did not know whether he should be happy or not. Chapter 11:30. Recently, the progress of the plot has been a little slow. After all, I'm not a machine. Humans have their ups and downs. Brothers, please bear with me. I'll take a day off tomorrow to adjust. Currently, the progress is 6/7. The last time I took a day off was in October. I reckon that I won't be able to use up all the 7 days of leave this year. Actually, every time I'm in a bad state, there will always be people coming out to say that I'm too full of myself or that I'm just being perfunctory. Ever since 2017, there have been people saying that from time to time. Now, it's almost 2020 already. Big bro, every book I write is always like this. When has it ever changed? The book is already almost 4 million words. The further it goes, the harder it gets to write. My state of mind is getting more and more erratic. This is the same for everyone. Just this chapter, which is neither too long nor too short, caused me to sit from 9:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. I'm really stuck. Even in the early stages, I had to endure 2 chapters a day. In 17 years, I suffered from an illness and almost got sent away. At that time, there were people who thought that it was an excuse for me to become a eunuch. They scolded me and were so angry that their tips hurt. The plot is now in the middle to late stages. There are roughly 2 more chapters before it's ready to end. If I'm in a hurry to recuperate, I might not even be able to write 2 chapters. At this stage, what is considered perfunctory? Not writing the details, not caring about the expression, and just pushing out the outline. That's what is called perfunctory. Writing in that way would be much easier for me. I've already planned out the outline, so if I don't write the details, it would be too easy. Nowadays, to judge an author's ability, the proportion of updates is getting higher and higher. However, updating fast isn't something that most people think. It's something that can be achieved through hard work. This is a skill that needs to be practiced. Some people have talent in this area, and I'm very envious. My current writing style isn't very popular. Not to mention the low production rate, the quality might not be much better than writing fast. In the future, I will definitely try to change it. I'll turn around and practice my updating speed and brain speed. Who knows, I might really become a beast at 2 chapters or 3 chapters. But at least for now, I'm still unable to change the writing style that I've been used to for the past 5 to 6 years. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,